First to the fight. Good job, buddy. Good morning. I didn't even get to say hello yet. That's funny. You're awesome. Hello. Oh, that's great. I'm actually late this morning. A little bit. All right. Give me another second here, and we'll be off on our way, starting our amazing day. Just hold on a second. How you doing this morning, Jimmy? By the way, how you doing?
Hello there.
Morning, Kevin. Yeah, I saw it. It was not great. Yeah, I saw the Halo Studios announcement this morning. Good morning, everyone. By the way, I'm Spartan John. Hi, welcome to the Awesome. We're on our way to 1,600 followers today. Currently sitting at 1,594. 6 to go. 6 to go. It's a great day today. Gonna play some Halo, read some books. Yeah, I was to answer Kevin's question. I was really excited about the prospect of Halo doing some great things this year. They said that they were gonna have a conversation with us at HCS Worlds about where the new Halo is gonna be and what kind of new game that might look like. And then today, well, not today, but yesterday, there were can't wait for story time. Gonna be good. Sound to clean my patio too. Yeah, man, it's gonna start soon. Yeah, a couple of people at Halo Studios got laid off. Microsoft has laid off people from Turn 10 Studios. That's the force of people. I want to say Raven Studio. It's a Call of Duty studio. They got mass layoffs. Yeah, a bunch of people got laid off, including a bunch of people at Halo Studios, apparently. Makes it a big sad. I don't understand how you can build and progress a real franchise if you can't or won't keep people employed to make it. I guess because they're switching over to the Unreal 5 engine, they feel like it's not gonna hurt them. But shit, I don't know. That's a rough one. Interesting place to be, to say the least. Um, yeah, who knows how that's gonna go. But yeah. Hmm. Yep. Hope it works out for us. That's the only thought I can. That's the only thought I have for you on that. Hey Siri, what time do the Mariners play tonight?
The Mariners play the Royals at 7:10 p.m.
Thank you. The Mariners will be on tonight. We played last night as well. And let's see. Did we win last night? Hey Siri, did the Mariners win last night? Yeah, they did.
The Mariners beat the
3-2 last night. That's what I thought. So looking good. Cal Raleigh, our catcher, his name's Big Dumper. That's what we call him. He's going to the All-Star game in the Home Run Derby. Really excited about that. Baseball season is again in full swing. We love it. The Kraken added another dude. We sent a guy from Microsoft clearing out hired employees for contractors. Yeah, that tracks. It's honestly depressing that it's 9,000 more creative individuals with actual reasoning that they don't have on board. Yeah, it's a big deal that they laid off all these dudes. You know, I'm kind of sad about it. It continues to. It never stops surprising me that that they drop creators. I mean, on the one hand, you're like, hey, there are guys like us, guys like Installation 00, guys who are invested in the game, in the lore, in the canon. You know, guys like Oakham, who are just out there forging just to make the game better and not get paid for it. They're not getting any sort of compensation. They're getting basically a little bit of recognition. They're like, hey, you're a forger. Here's a skin and a name tag and a thing. And thank you so much for contributing to Halo in the greatest of ways. They don't even get paid. So on the one hand, you've got once we put out a game that's halfway not broken, we'll get forgers to help us carry the mantle to make the game better. And Microsoft overbought. They're inching their belt. Clinching their belt, tightening their belt. Yeah, so I would say that the other thing that Microsoft didn't do was they didn't consider they're live launching these games on a Game Pass. When we were younger, you paid to live launch a game and you launched it into the world. You shipped a game complete as it was ever gonna be on a disc that could never be updated. That's the way it was. It's not like that anymore. And so when you launch something on clinching their belt and making room for an AI, when you launch something on a live service that is subscription based, how do you determine how much you made off of that game beyond the microtransaction and the merchandising? It's really hard. You can't. The only real data you get are the people who went and bought the campaign, which I'm not going to lie to you, that wasn't me. As much as I love Halo, I got the game for free with the Game Pass. Thanks, James. My brother-in-law, James. He had a conversation with me. I said, hey, James, Halo's getting ready. Infinite's getting ready to come out, and they have these versions. I said, should I get the Legendary version? He goes, John, why would you do that to yourself? And I go, what do you mean? He goes, all you're going to get is a steel case with a code inside to download the game from the internet. Why would you pay for a steel case? I have every Legendary edition of every Halo game, except Infinite. Because they gave it away for free on the Game Pass, which I pay for. I don't know how you. I know that the game did not lose money. it is confusing to me. Yeah, it's required updates, that's true. But you could still play your game offline on a 360. You could still plug it in and play it, and it didn't matter. We didn't have DRM yet. Xbox One, 100% DRM. 100%. Who knows? Yeah. They had a special legendary edition at Best Buy that was a steel case and some other stuff. Yeah, there was a few places out there that were pushing a better limited edition. Maybe it wasn't the legendary official, but that's what I'm saying. It just ended up not being great. That's too bad. Anyway, check it out. I'm really excited for today. We're about 11 minutes in this stream. We did start a few minutes late. We'll go over into overtime. I got a real great weekend coming up. I'm going to touch bases with you on that for a few minutes. Today, after the stream is over, I'm going to bail to town with my wife and buy a cooler because I'm sending her and Jack camping for the weekend. Her and Jack are going to go know Mom and Jack things, and they're going to go enjoy some camp, and they're going to do some camp cleanup in preparation for the full camp. I still play Firefight on Reach every now and then. I don't ever go back to Reach because the last time I left it, it was glassed. Sorry. Maybe I should go buy someday. Haha. Walmart made their own bundle. Yeah, see, there you go. Some companies did some bundle stuff. GameStop had a weird bundle that they made up. And I feel like that was the other thing that frustrated me about as games have evolved, is like they'd be like Legendary Edition, and you'd be like, this one's only at Best Buy and it comes with a Master Chief with a red sword, or this one's only at Target and it comes with a Master Chief with a blue sword. Okay. Anyway, hey Cam, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. So anyway, yeah, so I don't know, that's a rough one. It's a really, really rough one. I don't know what to say about that. Hopefully the layoffs don't kill us. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping. The layoffs cannot kill us. Halo must live on. Anyway. Yeah, so I'll be sending my wife on that trip, that camp trip, and that means that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I will be lonesome Spartan. Like, I'll be at the house with the dogs only. So that means that this week I'll be engaging with the community in a great way, in a bigger way, by hanging out online with you guys and playing games. The radiation isn't that bad these days. Get your seabirds out. Okay. Hey, you're dissing DLC exclusives. Hey, DLC exclusives I'm not saying anything about. I'm not saying anything about. I'm talking about game ownership, Kevin. I'm just talking about the way it used to be. The better way. Anyway, once again, thank you, everybody. 1,594 followers today. We just popped up to 8 viewers, and we got a 9th on YouTube. Thanks, Rye, for watching. And it's going to be a great day. Just wanted to pop in right before I start my day. Thanks, Ghost Bubba. We're going to read for about, 2 hours-ish or so, and then we're going to hop into the ring and start doing what we do. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for being here for a minute. Yeah. Like I said, then we'll hop in the Discord afterwards and hang out with our friends and talk some more. Fun never ends here, guys. This is cool, and I'm glad to be reading again on Twitch and YouTube, because YouTube is, playing nice. Until I pick up that spanker and show it on the stream, and then banned forever. Well, anyway, here we go. Also, hey, Jimmy. How's the sex line today? I don't have any coffee on board at the moment. My wife might make... Helldivers 2 is deploying to Xbox. Yep, still not coming back. They're gonna have to... PlayStation is gonna have to work real hard to get the Master Chief to come back to Helldivers. Quiet day today. Well, what's the phone sex number? I'll give it out here. And you'll get more calls. Yeah, I'm still not giving in, Cam. Helldivers can pound sand all the way into oblivion for all I care. And it's not because they wronged me at all. It's because of what they did to the rest of everyone else. This is hilarious to me. We're gonna take a little sidetrack for a second, and we'll make the difference up on the reading. This is like a great example of like, I want the thing, and everybody should have the thing. But I've got the thing, so fuck everybody else. Is a great example of this, right? So, y'all still play. Like, you're right, I took that out of Texas. Y'all still play. That's like all of you. Helldivers. That's cool. I hope you enjoy it. When they took everybody's money and let you play the game and lied to you about how you didn't have to have a PSN account to play the game, and then all of a sudden bait and switched you and said, now you have to have one, and then upset an entire community who then boycotted the game. And then they lied again and said, okay, you don't have to have one. We're sorry. You can have the game back the way you had it. We don't want to fuck with you anymore. But then they delisted the game from every country that had no PSN network. So they restored it to everyone who still had the opportunity to get a PSN account if you wanted to change your mind. But they took it away from everybody else who bought the game in countries that don't have access to the PSN. So they fucking robbed everybody. And you guys are talking about it like it's the coolest thing since sliced fuck bread. But then you're gonna turn around and bitch when you get robbed about something that is important to you that you don't have. That's why I'm standing on my principles here. That is 100% why I will not play that garbage game that PlayStation sells ever again. And I'm really sad about it because I enjoyed it when I played it. But you have to stand on your principles. You can't. That's why I don't play Call of Duty anymore. I used to be really good at Call of Duty. Probably one of the best. Don't play it anymore because of what they chose to do with their policies and their time and stuff. But hey, you continue to kill those bugs and those robots, and you continue to manage democracy because you go, guy or girl or whoever you are that loves the game. I'm gonna play Halo after I read. Sorry, not sorry for that hot take. Hey, check it out. On a brighter note, we're 20 minutes in. We're going to have a lot of fun today, like I said. It's going to be awesome. We lost a viewer on my hot take. Sorry, Cam. Hope you come back. Some people just can't have it. Just can't handle it. Okay, guys. Mortal Dictata. We're page 145 here. Here's the ship. There you go. Oh, Cam, it's good to see that you're still here. I think it's a pretty hot take. I think people get upset when I call it what it is. People don't like to hear the truth, especially if it presses the boundaries of what they believe to be factual or reality. You know, I can only tell you what I think. That's how I feel about it. All right, check it out. Page 144. Karen Travis's book, Mortal Dictata. You lost me at sports talk. Ha ha, Kevin. All right, let's get this book going, huh? Come here, you. Oddball. Alright. Bookmark. No explanation. Stavros's Bar, New Tyne, Venezia. I used to dream about this, Mal said. It was the first time he'd been in a bar in months. Even if this wasn't strictly social. Getting paid to drink on UNSC time, who'd have thought it? Faz wasn't paying attention. He was watching the door, looking even more surly than usual. Mal tossed one of the rock-hard snack things across the table at him, and it landed in his beer with a small splash. That finally snapped him out of his fog. Nairn's late. Vaz fished around in the glass and dredged up the snack, which didn't seem any softer after soaking. We do the business with him, then we go find Spencer, yes? It had been a few days since Naomi had returned to Port Stanley. Mal wasn't entirely sure why they needed to go through the motions of gaining acceptance in the local militia, because they now knew exactly who they were looking for. But it would make access easier. Space was a bloody big place to hide a warship. Every clue counted. The dedicated remote had picked up Staffan Senska leaving his house. Another remote had detected the signature of the slip space jump in Venezia's system. But even if they'd positively ID'd it as Staffan's vessel, they couldn't follow it. There were a lot of puzzle pieces to guess about and maybe reach entirely in the wrong direction or the wrong conclusion. In the meantime, it was relatively easy to play a Marine on the run, and Mal made the most of it. Yeah, it was funny how big the galaxy had now shrunk to a relatively small circle of people. Maybe that was a measure of just how many had died. Mike keep an eye on his Kigyar mates. He's definitely got away with poultry. Maybe he was a chicken farmer in a previous life. Nice try. What? You're right. I'm worried about Naomi. I wasn't prying. Mal was careful what he discussed in bars. You're sure that was who she thought it was? Yes, I'm sure. It's just getting weirder by the day. Well, we're here, so we must think it's true, mustn't we? Mal crunched his way through the packet of snacks. He still had no idea what they were. Considering Venezia was Desperado HQ, he felt safer here than he did in some bars back on Earth. There was no hobby, violence, or nobody trying to make a name for themselves on a gangster circuit here. If he got a thumping here, it would be serious, delivered by people who did it as part of a rough job, not because they were bored delinquents who couldn't handle their drinks. In its own awful way, it was kind of comforting. Vaz shuffled in his chair, instantly alert. Heads up, here he is. Nairn walked in, looking exactly as Mal expected him to, with razor-cut brown hair and a fair bit of meat on him. He recognized Vaz and headed for the table. This is my buddy Mal, Vaz said, introducing him. He's been a naughty Marine, and he needs a fresh start. Nairn shook Mal's hand. How naughty? The lie tripped off Mal's tongue easy. A gentleman's disagreement over a lady. But then it wasn't so much a lie as ancient history. Mike Spencer's crash course in amateur spook foo for the relatively innocent had been worth its weight in gold. If you weren't a trained liar, it helped to stick to the lies you knew at least something about. Nothing over-detailed, just salted with authenticity. It's okay. The bloke made a full recovery. It's amazing what surgeons can do these days. So skills? Point me on something and I can usually kill it. Ship handling. I've never crashed a dropship yet. But you're familiar with big ships? Yeah, corvettes, frigates. I've had some experience with Covenant ships and hardware too. Really? Yes. And what I don't know, BB can ride along and prompt me with, like he did for Phillips. Vaz and I nicked a Spirit once. Didn't we, mate? How are you with aliens? Nairn looked him over cautiously. We're a little irregular here. We tend to get on with them. Or at least we don't shoot them on sight. If they don't bother me, I don't bother them. There was such a thing as seeming too trusting. Mal had to stay in character. What are you looking for exactly and why? Two main areas, Nairn said. Defense of New Tyne, which is basically responding to attacks on the ground, and crewing ships if we need to do anything off-planet. Which could be anything from seeing off a nosy UNSC vessel to retrieving something or somebody. Can do, Mal said. What's your background? Corporal, Reach Militia. Mal tilted his head slightly to indicate a lone brute sitting in the corner of the bar. So no hard feelings about some of our big hairy chums, then? I left years before the Covenant trashed Reach, but that's not to say I'd behave myself if I ran into an elite. I left a lot of friends behind. Mal wondered whether to ask Nairn why he'd banged out of Reach, but decided that polite Venetian society might frown on delving into people's dodgy pasts. For all he knew, Nairn might have had a lot of debts or an angry ex-wife. He'd find out soon enough. All that mattered was getting Nairn to let them join the militia, where he and Vaz would be perfectly placed to volunteer and serve in a Covenant battle cruiser if one just happened to show up. Maybe it really will be that simple. Getting on board and let BB slip a fragment into their systems, the job is then done. Who was he kidding, though? Nothing ever went that smoothly. It just went fast. It wasn't the same thing at all. Vaz got a round of drinks at the bar while Nairn continued sizing up Mal. So what happened to his girlfriend, Nairn asked. The blonde with the legs. Mal wasn't sure if Vaz had mentioned Naomi's name. That was another problem with lying. I never asked too many questions where those two are concerned. She might be back, who knows? Nairn seemed to take it as simple unwillingness to gossip to a stranger. He nodded and looked around the bar, like he was checking who was in tonight. After a second or two of feeling pleased with himself, Mal decided he didn't like being able to lie that easily. It was too seductive. He'd have to make sure he left that persona behind when this job was done. So how did you end up here, Nairn asked. Get the aliases right. At some point, someone might follow them to Spencer's place anyway, and keep the cover story as low maintenance as possible. Friend of a friend of a friend of Mike Amberley. Well, I'm glad we're getting UNSC know-how, Nairn said. The military expertise here is mostly ex-militia and aging insurgents. It's a shame to have all of this equipment and not make use of most of it. So this place is built on the arms trade, then? Hell no. Tantalum mining. What do you think we're here for? We're not building an evil empire. We just want to be left alone. Now that Earth's finished with the Covenant, someone's going to remember that we got all this lovely metal and that folks also have grudges against us. It was sobering to see Earth from a colonial perspective. Mal had long since given up thinking in terms of the good guys and the bad guys, at least among humans. But he had a vague childhood recollection of how the grown-ups hated all of the colonial bastards for setting off terrorist bombs on Earth. Now there was a whole generation that didn't even remember the daily threat and actually felt sorry for them. Never mind, there'll be another batch of bastards along soon. Vaz came back with 3 bottles of beer and sat down in silence, looking like a wet weekend in Grimsby. So what did you sell the tantalum to? Or so who did you sell the tantalum to, Mal asked. Kigyar mostly, Nairn said. Traded for arms and ships. Vaz wiped his mouth on the bottle with his palm. At least they couldn't use them to kill us then. So what's the UNSC going to do now that it's got no wars to fight? Mal shook his head. No idea. So am I in, or do I have to learn how to do a proper job? I don't know anything about tantalum or farming. I'm sure we can find you something to do, Naren said. Report to the barracks tomorrow evening at 1800. Mal clinked his bottle against Nairn's. Done. So they were home and dry. It was that simple. They didn't have to pretend that they didn't know one end of a rifle from another, and they didn't have to pretend they didn't know Spencer either. They'd be the first to hear about planet-killing warships being added to the arsenal. Nairn was still studying him, though. Mal could see it on his face. We don't get that many UNSC guys out here, Nairn said. You might be useful in other ways, too. It's always handy to have someone who can pass for an insider. Mal's blood braked to a halt in his veins. Oh shit. Meaning? If we need to infiltrate the UNSC, you two could be really helpful. Vaz was still gazing mournfully at his beer. They'd probably shoot us on sight. I was thinking more in terms of intel. There'll come a time when you guys, or guys like you, could be the edge we need. If you've got any disgruntled buddies, tell them to get in touch. Mal breathed again and hoped Nairn forgot what a great idea that had seemed. They finished their beer, made small talk about 50-year-old rifles still being as effective as ever, and then left. Mal and Vaz ambled back along the road, in no real hurry now, heading out to the parking lot. There was a wonderful aroma of wood smoke and grass in the air, a hopeful kind of smell, as if summer was on its way. Although there was no reason to assume Venezia had anything like Earth's seasons. The setting sun was just low enough on the horizon to make the evening hazy and luminous. Jesus H. Christ, Mal said. I wasn't expecting that. All this double agent stuff does my head in. Must be our cheeky faces. You think he knows who or what we are? I can't see how. Better do our homework on CCS-class battle cruisers, though. Is there any detailed intel on them? Not a lot beyond heard a loud noise, looked up, got fried, I suspect. How about Adge and Leaks? If they share all of their data, some engineer must have worked on those ships, so Adge is bound to have it stored somewhere in his little jelly brain. You know how hard it is to get information out of them unless you ask the right question in exactly the right way? It's like freedom of information requests. BB can come up with something. BB always has an answer. It was hard to imagine running operations like this without him. You know, the way he worked with Phyllis on St. Helios. He can do that again. He doesn't need meatbags like us at all, does he? Well, he does if he wants to go for a walk. You think he misses that, Mal? How? He said AIs haven't got their donors' memories or their personality. I mean his matrix. It's based on the architecture of a human brain, and brains expect to plug into limbs and organs. Remember, he said that there's an AI bias on a brain from one of Halsey's own clones. Yeah, it makes me wake up screaming some nights. He says the AI was really devoted to her Spartan. Oh, that's just all wrong. Mal held up both hands to make it all stop. He couldn't cope with Oni as long as it was just... He could cope with Oni as long as it was just about normal, dirty tricks like assassinations or destabilizing allies. But once it got into needles and experiments and brains in jars, he couldn't stand for it any longer. The poor sod gets his stalker plugged straight into his brain. Terrific. I meant that smart AIs are a lot more human than BB admits. They're nothing like their donors, like he says, because I can't imagine Halsey being devoted to anybody. But they still seem to hold on to something from their past. Christ, Vaz, you hang out with Phyllis too much. Mark my words, BB's got emotions from a previous life. Emotional memory stored separately from factual recall. Even dementia sufferers can remember how they felt if... That's it, enough. I'm not going there. For a second or two, Mal wondered if the spy-sat remotes that BB deployed could pick up voices, as well as keep an eye on the ground. He hadn't picked up an ambient sound on St. Helios, not even explosions. But Mal was still uneasy. What started all of this? Naomi? Vaz kicked a stone ahead of him every few strides, hands in his pockets. Of course it is. The stone finally vanished down the drain as he walked on. The warthog was in sight now, parked on its own in the middle of a big empty lot. You said her father had a right to know. Shit, I did. Yeah, I still think he has. Before or after he's in custody. Vaz had this grim disapproval face on. What do you have in mind? Tell him before he ships out to Glass Sydney, or after we've detained him? Or just before we shoot him? So he has some closure before he dies. You need to take it out on Halsey, mate, not me. Sorry. I know it's a mess, it always is. And we're the ones who have to mop up the shit. Nobody ever has an exit strategy. Do you think Halsey planned for this? Of course not. Scientists never see the big picture. Mal wondered what she had in mind for her Spartans who made it to the old age. Maybe she never thought any of them would survive that long. They were expendable weapons after all. He approached the warthog with the required caution, checking for anything odd. Finger marks on the dusty bodywork, anything dangling underneath the chassis, small bits of debris or footprints around it, and ran his key-size scanner over it to sniff for any explosives. It came up clean. It was only when he started the engine and headed for the exit that he saw two Kigyar pull across the gate. They had a warthog too, or at least something that had been a hog before they'd welded a cargo box onto it. Everybody liked warthogs, even the Kigyar, because they could run on water, and even on piss if they had to. They can't possibly know who we are, Vaz murmured, sliding his magnum out of his jacket, even if Nairn does. There was still a contract out on both of them, in theory, but nobody could ID them. All the Kigyar knew about was the firefight on Rhaenys, and that some unknown humans had killed a bunch of their mates. It didn't necessarily make them any safer, though. If you don't know which human did it, Mal said, maybe any human will do. Come on, any Kigyar could have jumped me in the bar a few days ago, or shot any human in New Tyne. No, any human with a UNSC neural implant. That's their proof of kill, remember? Oh, yeah. Vaz nodded. I'll just smile then. There's always a first time for everything. Mal could drive a warthog with one hand. He had to. His right hand gripped his own sidearm. And the Kigyar vehicle didn't look like it was planning to move. Did he ram them or stop and chat? He stopped, but kept the engine running. At least they could hear him, without him needing to get out of the vehicle. Evening, gents. He could see Vaz out of the corner of his eye. He dropped the driver the second he saw him reach for anything. Christ, another run-in with the Kigyar was the last thing they needed right now. Did you want us or something? Because we're heading home. Mal was expecting trouble. He always did. And he wasn't wrong all that often. The driver, sporting a big, studded Sam Brown-type belt and bedraggled plumage, gave Mal that weird sideways leer that they seemed to have. It was probably something to do with focusing on him. Whatever it was, it came under the heading of looking at me funny, and Mal didn't warm to it. You don't know what I did, and I'm not going to react like I did it. You want to sell any handguns? The driver asked. The situation flipped from being spotted as a bounty to being mugged for their bloody magnums. Only a Kigyar would be daft enough to do that. Vaz raised his, almost in the safety position, but angled so that it was clear he might conceivably use it. Mal was convinced. Vaz did have a temper. That was how bad it all kicked off on Rhaenys to start with. I can tell you this, Vaz said calmly. But if you can pay... Or, I can't sell you this, Vest said calmly, but if you could pay, I'll see if I can get you one. Is it as accurate as they say? He mustn't have meant the KFA-2 site. Vaz shook his head. No use to you, comrade, Vaz said. The scope's linked to armor systems. It's just a regular 30mm handgun without all of that. We still like it, the Kagir said. You get some. Come find us. At Stavros's place. And then he drove off. Mal hated to admit it, but his heart was pounding. It was simply not being able to do what he was trained to do and blow the buzzard's head straight off that stressed him out. Phew, he said. Vaz holstered his magnum. See, I can be diplomatic. Mal turned onto the road and headed back to Spencer's place. He was counting the event as a good result until he thought it through a little more, and then the reality dawned on him. Two strangers had identified them as ex-UNSC and decided that where there was UNSC, there were magnums. That meant their faces were getting known. They couldn't blend in. They'd have to brazen it out. And Stefan Senska was going to find out that they were here. Even if they hadn't worked out all the details about Naomi, he certainly had no love for Earth. He might assume they didn't either. Mal wasn't sure if this was good or bad news. Mount Langdon Road, New Tyne. I'm going to text my wife 1 second. See if there's coffee ready. Peter Moretz never arrived at Staffan's house without a bottle or two. Staffan looked up from his bench to see the man leaning against the doorframe, dangling a string bag that clinked enticingly. Shochu, Peter said. That sweet potato gut we had last year. It mellowed a little. Grab a seat. There's some glasses on the shelf. Staffan carried on, painting the tiny gilt mirror. Took a pair of forceps in a steady hand. He couldn't look away, but he heard Peter twist the top of a bottle, and then there was the comforting glug 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 of a liquid slopping into a glass. He wasn't sure where Peter had learned to make shochu, but it was a pleasant, fragrant drink that didn't leave him wrecked later. That looks like a labor of love. Peter put a glass on the bench just within reach. When's the birthday? Staffan put down the brush and reached for the miniature clamp to hold the frame while it dried. Next month, plenty of time. He sat back and took a sip of the sochu. Damn, that's good. They laughed and toasted the progress of the dollhouse, walking around it as it sat on a table and inspecting it like building surveyors. I hope it dismantles, Peter said, or else you're going to have a damn hard time moving it. Staffan nodded. Yeah, I'm a pro, remember? So, you said you had something to discuss. The more Staffan thought about it, the less concrete his plan had become. Edvin was right. Inquisitor or Naomi was too big an asset to be wielded without a lot, or without a thought. And she had to be deployed intelligently to achieve the desired results. What did he want? Did he want to lash out blindly, still not knowing which authority had taken his child? Or did he want the answers? But without answers, there could be no target to lash out at. He had to put the impotent, bitter anger aside and channel it. He'd waited more than 30 years for this moment. He could wait a little bit longer. Was he losing it? He'd always been careful. Always a meticulous planner. A man taught by his carpenter father to measure twice and cut once. And the sudden urge to vent his pain in indiscriminate directions caught him off guard. Is that me? Is that really me? It just wasn't every day that a small country, a city-state, nothing more, was handed a warship that could worry an entire empire. Staffen drained his glass and held it out for a refill. I've acquired something. Something that'll change the game if Earth decides to pick up where it left off with the colonies. Well, everybody's wondering what's going to happen now that the other war is over. It was always that the other war, not the war. Staffen knew Venezia was lucky to avoid the Covenant, and that the Sangheili would have glassed New Tyne regardless of whether the humans were loyal to Earth or happy to see it burn. But that didn't change history. It didn't change how Earth had used its proxies in the colonies to kill its own people. You could keep a lot quieter if it happened light years from home. Everyone here knew what had happened at Far Isle. How many on Earth knew, though? Did they know the UNSC had used nukes to put down the insurrection? That's what we're dealing with. Don't forget it. There were assholes in the colonies, of course. He knew that. He knew how many freedom fighters were criminals, opportunists, psychiatric cases, or just social inadequates who embraced a cause because it was convenient and profitable, or gave into their pitiful existences and some meaning. He'd met them. He wasn't going to glorify them by calling them patriots. He'd studied Earth's history and seen the inevitable cycle of thugs acquiring respectability through time and myth and ending up as heads of state. An asshole was an asshole regardless of the passport or the species. But he also met too many guys like himself, crushed under the wheels of politics, robbed of family and livelihood, or possibly both, who wanted to hit back and just go someplace where it would never happen again. He was somewhere between these two. On any given day, he might find himself at one end of the spectrum or at the other. It depended how tired he was and how many nightmares had kept him awake. Today, though, he needed to be on an even keel. He needed to plan. Peter topped up his glass one more time. It was only a shot glass, and so Chew wasn't foolproof liquor. It wouldn't affect his judgment, and he wouldn't say anything that he would regret. I've got a battle cruiser, he said. Peter looked at him for a moment, frowned, then glanced at the dollhouse. Staffen could see the thoughts form and crumble. Peter was thinking in terms of toys for kids, and then suddenly he wasn't. He studied his glass for a few seconds, blinking. You want to flesh that out a little, Staffen? I've lined up a CCS-class Covenant battlecruiser in working order and mostly fully armed. Peter stopped blinking. I'm not good on tech specs, but I'm assuming that's fairly big. It's 1,800 meters at the smaller end of a Covenant fleet. Ventral beam, plasma cannon, laser, close-in defense. Peter looked as if he was holding his breath. It took him a few moments to even move. Jesus, he said, shaking his head. Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. I'm glad that finally sunk in. Where the hell did you get it, and how? Fallout from the Sangheili Civil War. Some buzzard who was transporting the ship for the rebels decided it wasn't his war, and they passed on the battlecruiser. What, use it on them? They're tribal. It's a nation's asset. It's designed for big objectives, not piracy. Besides, it's expensive to operate. Staffen was starting to feel a little more like he'd done a prudent thing rather than squandered serviceable small ships on a white elephant. It cost me some fighters and a few drop ships. Shit. Well, what? There's something I want, something I have to do, or I'll die crazy. But a battlecruiser puts us on a more level playing field with Earth. I can't start a war just to get what I want and not think beyond that. What are we talking about exactly? Naomi. Peter looked lost for a moment, and then his face changed. He remembered Staffen didn't talk about her outside of the family these days. And he'd known Peter for a very long time, ever since Remo had introduced them. And he'd felt no shame in telling him a story that made others smile nervously, nod, and walk away. I'm not insane. I know I'm not. Why are you so sure? Peter asked. Because it happened to Remo, too. You know it did. You know he lost his son, his gifted son. His son who kept getting visits from the educational psychologists. Same time period, same scenarios, same unexplained genetic illnesses, same death. And he managed to pull all of the colonial police files for that period. All the reports of missing kids, all of the death certificates from the CAA, all of the school records. That's what you can do if you're a gangster with cops in City Hall in your pocket. You can make patterns out of just about anything. It had taken Staffen and Remo years to put it all together, and most of the leads were dead ends. But they found enough. What they couldn't work out was why. Who would want to abduct exceptional kids? All Staffen could think of was government eugenics. It wasn't unknown. Earth's history was peppered with schemes that had taken children from their parents to be raised by others, usually based on some racial ideology of improving the species. There was nothing crazier than reality. I need to know the truth, Pete, Staffen said. When wars end, all that shit comes tumbling out. People talk, point fingers at each other, reveal things they've kept quiet for years. I know we've lost pretty well all of the colonial records, but Naomi disappeared long before the Covenant showed up. I can't pass up the chance to ask what in the UEG's records. But now, I can ask these questions from a position of strength. What, hold a gun to their head? This ship? Are you serious? Okay, I know the politics are a bit more complicated than that, but you know where I'm going with this. Peter put his hand out to locate the chair behind him without looking. He was definitely shocked. Who wouldn't have been? Even in Staffen's world, where arms deals were daily routines, acquiring a planet killer was in a completely different league. Why are you telling me this? Peter said. Because we're the nearest thing to that new time has. We're the nearest thing that New Time has to a legitimate government. And I suppose that makes you as near to a head of state. Whatever I do with that ship affects everyone here. I know I can do as I please with it. But one thing I know is I can't do it. I can't just head for Earth and aim a ventral beam at Sydney and demand answers. Who actually runs Earth? It isn't the goddamn civilian government for sure. Not that they were any great loss. You've got one warship, a serious one. Yes, but what do we do if they come after us with a whole fleet? We'll be charcoal. Well, gee, that's fighting talk, Pete. Staffen was the same age as this guy. They both remember the galaxy when it wasn't just human on human violence. Weren't you the one planting bombs and hijacking ships in the inner colonies? You obviously had more balls in those days. We weren't a fixed target then. Hey, I'm not the one who managed to piss off the UNSC a few months ago by refusing to help a ship with a reactor going critical. You know, that could have been a ploy to insert UNSC personnel. We're on their list already. Maybe if they thought there'd be consequences if we pissed around with us, they'd think again. You know how you do that? You treat a battlecruiser like a submarine. Keep it out of here. Hidden. Moving around. Ready to launch a strike if anything happens to your home country. We can do that now. It changes everything. You don't need an entire navy to make that work. Staffen had been sure he was doing the right thing. Edvin had convinced him that this was an asset for Venezia, not a private war. Now Peter Moritz, firebrand and insurgent. A man who was sworn to overthrow Earth control by any means necessary, was pissing his pants and worrying what Earth would think about them. They all want to be statesmen in the end, respectable and comfortable. I just want to know what happened to my little girl. So where's the ship at the moment? Peter asked. I'm keeping everything on a need-to-know basis because the Kikyar, Staffen actually meant that. Because they'd steal whatever they could if there was $1 in it. Now, he was worried that Peter would muscle in. If a rival clan decides to seize it, they could end up selling it to Earth, and no prizes for guessing where the UNSC would test that ventral beam. Peter was looking slightly past him in defocus. I think the phrase is poisoned chalice. Not quite, Staffen said. Having the ship brings a lot of tough choices, but not having one gives us no choice at all. Letting someone else have it puts us at risk. He drained his glass. So, I'm going to hang out. I'm going to hang on to it and not do anything dumb. I'm not planning to rush out and glass Earth next week, but I have a big military advantage that could also be Venetia's. What do you want from me? Nothing. I'm just telling you. Jesus, Staffen, are you okay with this thing? I told you I'm not mad, and I'm not going to do anything rash, but I have it, and now I need a plan. Peter got up and refilled their glasses. I gotta hand it to you. Nothing too big for you to take on, is it? Not where my daughter's concerned, no. I've come halfway across the galaxy to find out what happened to her. What will you do for a crew? It won't be Kigyar for a start. I'll find humans, maybe some grunts to make up numbers. Staffen wondered if he should mention the Huragok. He decided not to for the time being. It was too complicated a distraction, and he'd be under pressure to use it for all kinds of unrelated things. But there'll be ex-Covenant aliens willing to train us on those systems. Naren says we've got UNSC deserters showing up. See, this is where it all starts spilling out, like I said. They've got some experience. Anyway, we've signed them up for the militia. Do you know anything about Covenant? Do they know anything about Covenant ships? Naren says they do. There was nothing more to discuss without going into detail that Staffen wasn't willing to risk sharing at this time. Peter was a friend, not a guy looking to stiff him at the first opportunity. But Staffen could see that he didn't trust him, not to use the ship in a fit of anger and bring down the wrath of the UNSC upon the whole planet. Like I said, I've waited 32 years. I need my answers first, but if the UNSC wanted to nuke us, they would have done that. They would have done that when we wouldn't save their warship. Missiles had been fired both ways, but all the UNSC had done was take out an anti-air battery. Maybe they had the reasons for restraint. Peter left the Sochu on the bench, and they parted with slaps on the back, as if nothing had happened, and there'd been no talk of battle cruisers glassing Earth at all. Staffen picked up the clamp and touched his fingertip against the gilt paint of the tiny mirrored frame, and it was already dry. Now he could add a reflective panel, plastic in place, of glass for safety. UNSC deserters. Venezia didn't get hundreds, but it wasn't unknown. They were the first for a few years, though. It would do no harm to debrief them. Chapter 6. It was a long shot, really. I wasn't even looking for conspiracies. I was so blind with grief that I let myself get talked into going to a support group for bereaved parents. I even met some folks who believed their kids had been swapped for changelings. But it wasn't until I met a couple whose kid had been kidnapped years before that I tried the missing child charities. I found one that linked parents from different colony worlds who were looking for abducted kids. And that was how I eventually met Andy Remo, a guy from Herschel. And we compared notes. Then I knew I wasn't mad or alone. Staffen Zenska talking about his research for the truth about his daughter. Tilu City and Wydeo system. It'd been days, and we're still here, Zim said. He followed Chol through the crowded street, making impatient clicks. Mistress were losing time. I could take a ship and start searching the... You will not, Chol said. Time spent here will save time wasted going around the circles. Fell may well be anywhere, but he had to start somewhere, and he has to stop somewhere. And we're looking for his crew, not him. because that's what we call not attracting attention. Barbed comments never seemed to ruffle Zim's feathers. I can't find a record of him living in this system anyway, not even in his clan's home. He might use an alias. It'll prolong life expectancy. You sure he is a customer? You said it yourself. A warship that size is no use to him. It's just a giant beacon summoning. Tell Cam to kill him. True, only an idiot would want to keep it. Maybe she was an idiot. She'd be the owner of that kill me beacon herself before long. But that wasn't reason enough to change her mind and hand the prize over to Telcam. And it was far easier to take a battlecruiser from a small force of Kigyar than to try and seize the fully crewed one from a Senghili. Central Tyloo was all nooks and crannies. A little like the asteroid belt. They were both ideal places to hide things. The ancient city was one of the cradles of Kigyar civilization, but the little streets and alleyways that had been designed for small carts were now an annoyance for a modern-day shipmistress in a hurry. The streets were so narrow that it was impossible to get a vehicle through them. It had its advantages, though. It was easy to melt into the crowd and lose anyone who might be trailing her. Trust was a carefully stacked nest of boxes. Chol preferred to take her chances with a fellow Kigyar than with another species, but among Kigyar she could only trust Tavoan. And among Tavoan she could only really trust her own clan. None of the others. The humans had a phrase for it. The devil you knew was preferable to the devil you didn't. But the humans had a wonderful phrase for everything, then proceeded to ignore the wisdom in all of them. There's nobody following us, Zim said. He wasn't Tavoan, but he was scared of her and probably thought he had a chance of mating with her if he behaved deferentially enough. That created its own loyalty. I'd have noticed. The world is full of carrion eaters, just as humans said they saw their own core selves in apes. Chol looked to her distant cousins in the wild birds of Ain as a guide to their shared fundamental instincts. Vultures always follow hawks in a hope of stealing their kill, but they still get clawed if they get too close. Perhaps we should end the analogy before we get on to feather mites. Yes, sorry. Word would be out now that she'd taken Telcam's contract, and other clans would keep an eye on her to see if they could follow her and move in at the last moment after she'd done all the hard work and spent all of the resources. But any fool trying to muscle in her quarry now would definitely feel more than her claws. They'd get a plasma pistol to the face. She tried to dodge the street merchants, shoving ornaments and brightly colored leathers at her. But once she sidestepped those, she found herself concerned by snack vendors yelling their prices in hoarse voices. Half a gez for neatly coiled roasted snake, one for a loop of small rodents threaded like a bead necklace, and two from wafers of an air-dried and unknown meat packed so slightly onto a central skewer that it looked like a bottle brush. The smell of spices, sizzling fats, and charcoal was overwhelming. But she ignored the temptation and pushed past. Behind her, Zim's footsteps stopped. Chol carried on, struggling against the tide of bodies. But eventually she stopped to look back. Zim had stopped to buy something to eat. He dodged through the crowd, trying to catch up with her. "Apologies, mistress." He held out a paper wrapper full of snake coils, as if he was offering her one. "I haven't eaten this morning." "No thanks, I don't trust their hygiene. Germs build your immune system. They also give you the jaw sig." "True." Zim uncoiled one of the snakes, holding it carefully over the sheet of paper, and bit off the head. "How do they keep them flexible once they're cooked?" "Marinade," Chol said. "I never thought to ask before. Didn't your clan mother cook them for you?" "No. She said they were vulgar. Very true. So we just wait for Eighth to show up again? The ship will be long gone. I'm not waiting for him, Chol said. How many times do I have to explain this? I'm narrowing down the number of places he might have gone. Yes, mistress. Zim put a section of snake between his teeth and pulled, stripping off the meat to leave the ragged zip of vertebrae. Sorry, mistress. Eat the bones. Chol hoped her mother was making sure the boys ate theirs while she was away. Calcium is good for you. It was a big galaxy, but most of it was cold, hostile, and transparent. And there actually weren't as many places to go as Zim seemed to think. Not if you were trying to hide a warship, anyway. Savfel had even fewer planets to flee to than ever, because so many worlds had been reduced to rubble, and those that hadn't generally had populations that would either turn on him or turn him in. He had to sell that vessel to somebody. This wasn't like offloading a dropship or a few rifles. Inquisitor was still a capital ship, even if she was the biggest. Even if she wasn't the biggest. But her only purpose was destruction and invasion. Apart from the Sangheili, who's still intent on wiping each other out, there are a few people left in the business of galactic-scale warfares. Chol would find Fel. Intelligence would answer the questions. Where? Because it would tell her who. There, she said, up ahead. A woven arch of vines thicker than her waist formed the entrance to a tea house that had been in business since before the Covenant had ever come to Waideo. That was the story put about by those who wanted to lure big-spending visitors to Tyloo. Anyway, it certainly looked ancient. You wait here. If I need you, I'll call. Zim wiped his hands on the crumpled wrapper and tossed it into the gutter. Nobody knows me. I could slip in there anonymously and simply inquire about Fel. It's not going to be that simple. This requires an oblique approach. She kept walking, and Zim peeled off and disappeared around the corner of the block. As he stepped through the vine arch, the noise and the smell of the street was suddenly gone, shut out by thick mud brick walls and a line of ornamental trees smothered in bright orange flowers with the scent of honeycomb. It was like walking through a Forerunner portal to another world. In the shade of the trees, elderly matriarchs sipped from sequin-studded porcelain bowls, while a couple of males, quite well off, judging by their waistcoats, tried to catch the eye of some of the younger females. They were doing this by preening their forearm plumage. If you had a little wealth or wanted to latch onto someone else, this was a good place to be seen. It was such an upmarket and genteel venue that there was even a separate latrine some distance from the building, not just a scrape by the front door. It was also a place where ship mistresses and masters did business, at least for high-value expedition. Chol thought it was worth the price of a bowl of tea. She strutted into the building and was swallowed up by deep, cool shade. An artificial breeze rustled through her wreaths of dried tea fronds hanging from the beams, filling the room with a smoky sweetness. Tea? Your best fermentation? She said to the waiter, sitting down at the table. Is there any shipping business being done here today? In the back room, mistress. I'll take my tea there, then. She got up and wandered into the room, pushing aside the heavy tapestry curtains that laid across the arch. There were no automatic doors or holographic displays in here, just a simple decor of utensils that her ancestors 1,000 summers ago would have recognized. That was remarkably relaxing. When she sat down, nothing vibrated or hummed on the thresholds of her hearing. A ship was a noisy, confining thing, not like true flight at all, just a box in motion. And however essential spaceflight was to all of their lives, it was good to be reminded that there was such a thing as a quiet roost. The ship commanders hunched around the table, looked across from the room at her. I'm looking for Eighth Moore, she said. I want to offer him a position. Does anyone know where I might find him? This is his clan's territory, is it not? One of the ship mistresses was making notes on a data module, or tallying a price. It was hard to tell from here. She took a few moments to finish and looked up. I hear he's waiting for payment from a previous trip. He'll be back next week when that's concluded. Can I send him a message? That was news Chol didn't want to hear. It might have meant the handover had already taken place. So there might be a new owner now to separate from his or her purchase. If Inquisitor has been bought by the brutes, then that was going to be a challenge. But she wasn't giving up before she'd even spooled up her drives. Tell him to contact my lieutenant. Chol handed Zim's comms code to the ship mistress on the slip of paper. Unless Aeth was an idiot, he'd check who was looking for him. And it was too easy to find out that she'd been hired by Telcam. There was no documentation to link Zim to the mission yet, though. The sooner the better. I need to pick up a cargo in a fairly volatile sector, so there'll be a bonus. Depending on where he is, he could join my ship en route. I'll pass that on. The ship mistress squinted at the comms code and cocked her head. You could ask his cousins on the other side of town, too, in case he's made contact. Huz Morka, I think it is. He processes scrap metal at a place out on the Ryran Highway. Very helpful, Chol said. Thank you. She'd go and lean on the cousin. She drained her bowl of tea and left. Zim was squatting in the alley at the side of the tea house, snatching at beetles in flight and crushing them. Have you got tapeworms? Chol said. I've never seen anyone eat so much. I try to eat natural foods. Zim dusted off his pants and stood up. Any luck? You might get a call from Aeth. I gave the ship mistress a code to pass on. Just a scam telling him I've got work for him. So we can trace the comms nodes and work their route backwards. She's headed back to the business district, the modern expansion of Tyloo, that had been tacked on outside of the southern city walls. But I have details of a cousin who might be more helpful. She'd rented a ground vehicle to cover the tracks, an ugly thing called a mongoose. The humans had no sense of design. They did churn the machines out in large numbers, though, and they were prone to lose them the hard way on the battlefield, so there was a market for them in places like this. Zim always wanted to drive. This time, she let him, and clung to the rack on the rear, directing him to the Ryran Highway. The wealth map of Tyloo and its neighboring towns was like a set of concentric targeting rings. The money was at the old heart, and the farther you went out, the poorer the clans became. Huz was a scrap metal dealer. He should have been able to make a very good living at that. But there he was in what humans called the buttocks part of town. Or at least she thought that was the term. Sometimes brutes lost a lot in translating conversations. I see it, mistress. Zim took one hand off the controls to point across toward the lush green forest. What a mess. He turned the mongoose into an approach road and bounced the vehicle across soil rutted and scarred with burned tree stumps. Huz looked as if he wasn't expanding the site, so business couldn't have been so bad. Chol slid off the rear rack and went into the yard to look for him. This time, Zim followed her with his hands resting on his sidearm, which was touchingly protective under the circumstances. Chol followed this hiss, thump, and creak of metal press in a workshop on the far side of the compound. The path to the door was a canyon of pellets and containers, all loaded with reclaimed materials and sorted by types. By the time she got to the workshop doorway, Huz had emerged from the gloom and stood there in a leather apron, wiping his hands. You tripped the alarm, he said. What do you want, mistress? I need to contact a cousin of yours, Aeth. I know he's going to be back soon, but I need to call him urgently. Huz cocked his head on one side and considered Zim, then her, then Zim again. Why? What's he done now? Whatever you think he's got, he paid for it. He always does. He's a good boy. Chol held up an imperious hand for silence. I need to talk to him to see if he can do an urgent job for me. Huz just stood there, as if she'd get bored and go away. If he did nothing for long enough. Zim moved up beside her. Huz gave in. Very well. He took out a comms device and turned it back on them. I'll see what I can do. He was routing a message. That was all Joel needed, really. A clue to where 8th was, which would filter 100 possible locations down to perhaps a half of a dozen. If 8th was traveling on his own budget, he'd take the most direct and economical route home. Joel debated whether to interrupt the call and seize the device as soon as Huz appeared to get a response, or wait for him to finish and then grab it. Or just ask him, of course. It's worked well this far. She waited. Zim moved in. Huz talked in hushed tones, head bent over the device, then ended the call and turned to her. He says he'll be back in a few days. Where is he now? Why do you want to know? Because if he's on the other side of the Covenant space, it'll be too late. Huz looked resigned. He's at a station of constant sustenance. Joel had to look interested in anything except establishing 8th route. Is that still functioning? It was a former Covenant resupply station, one of the networks that had spanned the galaxy. I'm surprised he's found any of them left. It is much depleted, mistress. They're stripping it of cables and metal shearings. No point passing up an opportunity after all. But he's traveling alone, so he's arranging passage at the moment. If he was alone and arranging passage, that meant Sevfel had split the crew and everyone had scattered. At least that might take her nearer to the location of the customer. Zim was poring over his data module. That's near the Corfo system. Huz looked uneasy. He turned away and looked like he was reaching under his apron. And that was when Zim sprang at him and knocked him onto the ground. He slashed at Huz with his clawed feet, leaving a big rip in the leather apron. A blow that would have disemboweled the scrap dealer if he hadn't been wearing it. Then Zim shoved the pistol in his face. Joel had never seen Zim fight, not like this. It was a dirty move, a real street brawler reaction. Her admiration for him shot up a few points. Were you thinking of drawing a weapon on my mistress? He rasped, looning over Huz. She asked you a polite question. Huz drew up his knees, arms almost crossed as if he wasn't planning to surrender, but to pick the right moment to slash back. You just want to muscle in on my supplier. We're not interested in your supplier. Joel stood over him. If Zim didn't stomp some sense into him, she would. Maybe it was time to simply drop the pretense. We don't care what he supplies. We're not even looking for 8th. I just need to know where he is, where he's been. See? I knew it. Start making sense before I kick you. I'm not looking for your trade secrets. She squatted over Huz. Zim still held the pistol to him. I'm looking for someone that 8th's been with. If you give me a location, I won't share it with your rivals. But if you make me beat it out of you, I will. I might even shoot you anyway. Do we have an understanding? Huz looked defeated. Then he nodded. And she let him stand up. A change of tack sometimes worked with the males. She took off the pendant she happened to be wearing today. Nothing of any great sentimental value, just a faceted yellow beryl that a previous mate had wooed her with, and dangled it in front of Huz's face. If you were to give this to a prospective mate, I'm sure she'd be impressed enough to give you the time of day, she said. Huz's eyes followed the glittering stone. I'm not asking you to sell your grandmother to the human pervert. Just tell me if you know where 8th went and where he's been. He took a contract to deliver a ship. Where? I don't know. Who hired him? It was a circular question. More to test Huz's willingness to be honest than anything. I need a name. Fell. Now she was getting somewhere, she hoped. And where's Fell right now? He's probably gone home to his family. Do you remember what I said? Huz held out his hands. He lives on a pebble in the middle of nowhere. I only know it is Fen Ezia. It's not even on the charts. I've never even been there. They trade ore and arms. Kigyar pilots weren't good at pooling navigational knowledge, who wanted their rivals to show up when they'd found a private source of materials or metals. But the Covenant had been much more keen on record keeping and insisted that the database for each world visited. She had Corfo then, and now she had Fenezia. It was part of the puzzle. Zim consulted his module. No Fenezia in the Covenant records. Try the human records then, Huz said. Fell trades with the flat faces as well. Humans. Chol hadn't really factored them into this. What would they want with a battle cruiser? When they'd won the war and were now stronger than the elites anyway. She was hearing gossip coming back from the Civil War on Helios, stories from Kigyar pilots about the massive new human warship. Why would they want a ship like Pious Inquisitor? Whatever their motive, they were probably the only faction left that felt consumptive without risking discovery by Telcam, apart from the brutes. It was worth pursuing. Do humans have different clans, she asked? Warring tribes? Oh yes, Huz said. They had a civil war too. Doesn't everyone? Zim, find me their records. Chol handed Huz the pendant. He seemed quite satisfied for someone who'd just been threatened and knocked down, but net a profit. And that was the only measure of happiness on any given day. Find me the Flat Faces history. New Time Venezia. Damn, I must be getting old. Spencer fumbled inside of his jacket for his security pass and his warthog as the warthog approached the barracks gate. It took me more than 2 weeks to infiltrate this place. You guys managed it in what, 3 or 4 days? Right place, right skills, right time, Vaz said. He left all the incriminating kit at the house, including the scanner that checked weapons for the micro tags they'd inserted to track Telcam supply routes. If they searched him, they wouldn't find anything awkward to explain. Either that, or they'd already know who we really are, and they're going to cut our throats the second the door is closed. Optimism gets you through the day, huh, Vaz? Pessimism keeps him alive. Mal, sitting behind him in the back of the warthog, snorted with amusement. Don't deprive him of his hobbies. Watching ice hockey and being a misery guts. Makes my day, Vaz said. And falling for hopelessly unsuitable women. Let's not forget that part. Vaz knew it was meant kindly, but it still stung a little bit. That's only when the hockey season is over, he said. It made sense, and it made Spencer laugh anyway. I like all humor. There was an uncomfortable element of truth in all of it. Vaz went back to studying his forged ID pass, the antique plastic colonial kind that said he was now Vasily Densi, and wondered why he hadn't found that odd before. If he just deserted, why wouldn't he have a UNSC pass instead? Now he finally understood the convoluted thinking. Nobody would desert without fixing some moderately obviously forged credentials. You couldn't get to Venezia without a guy who knew someone else who would eventually find you, some guy who would help you get to Venezia for the contents in your wallet. It made all of the sense. I just can't think like a spook. Mal's right. It's another universe. Spencer was pretending to be the real thing, a guy on the run for embezzling funds from the CAA. Vaz decided that you either had to have an astonishing memory or an ability to forget who you really were in this business. Maybe he really had lifted a few robles in his time, though. It was impossible to tell. Mal whistled tunelessly. We're just shaking hands and answering questions today, right? I still think we've over-rehearsed this, Vaz said. We won't sound spontaneous. Just think like a deserter. Spencer slowed to a crawl behind a small delivery truck. They'll expect you to be reluctant to reveal things. You're a guilty man. Mal twanged his pass in his fingers. I'm in the role already. I've got my motivation. Got your transponder? If you end up taken away for questioning. Faz patted his pocket. Spencer kept on about the tracking units. Yeah, we got it. We've got our implants too. No use if they transport you out of range, Spencer said, or if your head gets separated from the rest of you. The guard at the gate looked them over. He obviously knew Spencer and exchanged nods, but spent some time scrutinizing Mal's pass. Then he looked at Vaz's. Vaz scrutinized him in return and decided the guy had never been properly trained, even if he looked completely at ease with a rifle. Would anyone know how to tell if they were genuine UNSC or not? Well, if he could tell the difference between a civvy and a soldier in civilian clothes, then it's probably worked the other way around as well. The guys didn't ask them to surrender their sidearms either. They'd passed muster, or else asking a Newtine citizen to hand over his weapon was like asking him to take off his pants. You just didn't do it. Nairn's waiting for you, the guard said, waving them through. Drill Hall Mike. Mal waited for the warthog to pull away and didn't look back. Jesus, did they really drill? They're a bit serious. I haven't had a proper parade inspection for years. Yes, you did, Vaz said. Voy, a few weeks ago. We turned out for the Voy memorial service. Okay, apart from that, remind me which side is my left. The complex was a collection of brick concrete blocks, assorted composite buildings on what looked like factory sites. Tidy, but not military tidy. It was much bigger than Vaz had expected, though everyone he saw in sight was a human. No aliens, then, he asked. Spencer shook his head. You can only trust your own, can't you? Getting along together doesn't mean they'd stand and fight with us if push came to shove. Us, Mal said. You're really into your role then, mate. I meant humans. Busy place for a part-time army. Full-time corps. Everyone does their time. And this is one of the main armories, too. Don't listen to anything I tell you. Or don't you listen to anything I tell you. Of course I do, Mal said. Just commenting. We could wheedle our way in here full-time. Vaz, it'll just be like home. Spencer dropped them off on the far side of the big open tarmac square. You're on your own now, guys. If I hear sustained fire, I'll assume they've rumbled you. Which means I'll be next. Don't worry, we're Oni, Mal said. We've got the Adqual in line like a hairy egg. Son, Spencer said kindly, it's one thing lying to your CO about who started the brawl in Murphy's Drinkorama. It's quite another fooling a population of career fugitives. Nairn was waiting at the open hangar door, rifle slung over one shoulder. He beckoned to them. Faz broke into a jog automatically with Mal behind him. All they had to do was behave like ODSTs and pretend that the only thing that they knew about was Venezia. And that was the place where all the bad boys could hide. So you made it. Nairn ushered them inside. That's what I like about you guys who've served. Discipline and punctuality. When Faz's eyes adjusted to the light, he could see that the hangar housed an indoor range with pop-up targets. Nothing high-tech or fancy. A couple of men and women in the usual militia rig of mismatched camo pants, tack vests, and plain t-shirts were wandering around as if they were waiting on them. Vaz was pretty sure he recognized one of the guys. It really was a small world here. See the dark-haired guy, he said to Mal. I sold him a rifle. Let's hope he was satisfied. He was a satisfied customer. Nairn must have heard them. That's Gareth. He's our resident small arms expert, but you've obviously met. He called out, Gareth. Guy says he knows you. This is Vaz and Mal. Let's see if the UNSC trains their people right. Gareth gave him a big grin. Ah, our Russian buddy, he said, slapping him on the back. Where's your friend, the blonde, who looked like Staffan Senska? Mal didn't say a word. It confirmed Vaz's worst fears. But there was only one right answer to that question. And it wasn't his excuse about Naomi moving on and getting a ride with a freighter. The name shouldn't have meant anything to Vaz. He tried to look credible. Suspicious worked better than innocent. He could manage that. Who's Staff and Senska, he asked. Arms dealer, Gareth said. But if you had those kinds of connections, you wouldn't have had to desert and sell your stuff, would you? True. Don't ask me for my CO's assessment, Mal said. There are 2 other militia we're just watching from the sidelines. I think they're still getting over my goodbye note. No, you just show us how good you are. We know what we're looking for. A row of ammo crates stood along the right-hand wall, each of the Covenant or human weapons on it, like a buffet table of destruction. Show us what you can do with each of these. It really wasn't that hard. There was an M45 shotgun, an MA5 Bravo, a BR55, plasma pistol, plasma rifle, sniper rifle, and an M41 jackhammer. Vaz and Mal browsed along the entire line. I assume you'd like us to take the jackhammer outside, Mal said, hefting the rocket launcher with a wistful smile as if he'd really missed this old thing. Or you want to have a range left. Gareth nodded. In your own time. Vaz really wasn't sure if they were checking for competence or just confirming that they were UNSC trained and substantiate their story. He did it by the book anyway. He started with the MA5B, checking the weapon and demonstrating the safe loading before firing both prone and standing, then handed it off to Mal. The targets had to be checked and replaced each time. It was slow and a deafening, noisy progression until he got to the plasma pistol. His expertise in that consisted of grabbing one from a dead enemy when he was out of ammo and using it against whoever got in his way. If there was a safety drill for energy weapons, he'd never seen one. He simply aimed it at the ground, checked the charge indicator, and made sure it was discharging. He wasn't discharging anything flammable. The green energy bolt cracked and sizzled against the target, filling the range with the smell of burned wood and plastic. Mal seemed to be doing okay with the plasma rifle. He made a big mess of a target and grinned like a delighted kid. Gareth called a halt. Okay, stop. Safety's on. We've seen all we need to. I don't get to play with the M41, Mal said. Oh, bugger. We just wanted to be sure that you were really frontline UNSC and not the catering corps. Vaz was pretty sure that neither of them looked like cooks. He indicated the scar along his jaw. I didn't think this opening of a can of beans. I didn't get this opening a can of beans. Sorry. Like a hairy egg. Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah, I know. Gareth held out his hands in mock submission. We're just cautious people trying to sneak in here to spy from time to time. But we always suss them in the end. You can always tell if someone handles firearms for a living or if they only use them as a last resort. Vaz wasn't convinced by the logic, but he wasn't going to argue with it. They were in. That was all that mattered. Nairn showed them around the barracks and signed them onto the payroll, which obliged them to serve 2 days a week and be on standby for emergencies. He counted out a pile of bills for both of them and gave them a copy of the duty roster for the next 3 months, plus personal comms units for militia use only. Spencer was doing his night shift now, so they had to make their own way back. Vaz ambled out of the security gate counting his money. Real physical currency was a novelty. He was still getting used to the idea of handing over actual tokens instead of just being billed via his comms chip. Damn, when had he ever handled money on Earth? His grin had given him 3 antique silver coins. His gran had given him 3 antique silver coins as a kid. They hadn't been legal currency for centuries, but he kept them as lucky charms, still sealed in an old tobacco tin with the rest of his personal effects in storage in Sydney. They weren't going to bring him much luck here. It was a long walk back to Spencer's place, unaccustomed to this kind of exercise that they used to take in their stride. Vaz wondered whether to volunteer to organize some fitness training for the militia or just to stop himself from going soft. It was pretty harmless activities that wouldn't turn the locals into better fighting force than the UNSC wanted. Mal took the power back out of his comm set and motioned to Vaz. Better disable these until Spencer gets back and checks them for bugs and stuff. In case they're doing to us what we're doing to them. Humans, nasty things, aren't we? At least we don't eat our own young. Who does? The Sangheili? Phyllis says they don't seem to have any weak, sickly kids. Maybe there's just a healthy species. If anyone eats their imperfect offspring, it'll be the Kigyar. I bet they say the same about us. Everyone lies about the enemy. It was a discussion for the bar, and preferably not within earshot of any resident aliens. But there was a limit to how much time they spent, or they could devote to slowly killing their livers. So, they spent the evening in Spencer's basement ops center watching the feed from the remote stats. The cam showed them little activity around Senska's place except for a vehicle pulling in and leaving again an hour or so later. Then it got too dark to see anything, and the infrared lights kicked in. It was the first time Vaz had realized how many small animals were on the prowl on the edges of the city. They showed up as little ghostly shapes, wandering around and suddenly running like hell to escape or to chase something. That Gareth bloke spotted Naomi right away, didn't he? Mal said, eating beans out of a can. He propped his boots up on a chair opposite, but it's probably better this way. You think his father would recognize her now? Or you think her father would recognize her now? Vaz kept having his doubts. There's a lot of cases of parents needing a DNA test to confirm that the kid is theirs when they've been separated for a long time. Mal just looked at him, one eyebrow raised. Gareth made the connection. It doesn't matter if Staffen doesn't. We'd still be stuffed. Spencer returned from his shift at about 5 a.m. and checked the comms unit for the recording software. I ran into one of my Kigyar chums last night. He says Sav Fell's strutting around all pleased with himself about something, but very tight-lipped about it. Or tight-beaked, I should say. I think he sold the ship, which means I bet my pension on Staffen Senska being the proud owner of a new one now. Vaz realized he'd still been hoping it was all a misunderstanding and the Staffen was just an angry old guy with a lot of maps and grudges, but no way of delivering on them beyond handling passing insurgents. A free rifle and a chart showing Earth's location. Now he was looking like a very patient man with a plan. There's no law against a colony buying ships. It might just be a precaution. As soon as Vaz thought it, he felt like a fool for making excuses and bargaining with himself. Mal went back down to the basement to call the Port Stanley on a secure net. Vaz followed him and flopped onto the old sofa to listen in. We've taken the malicious shilling, ma'am, Mal said. Any chance of shaking down Agent leaks for technical ships on the battle, or for technical specs on the battle cruisers? Spencer says it looks like Fell's handed over the ship, so we've got to assume that Senska has the keys by now. I'll get BB on it, Osmond said. Are you listening, BB? Silly question. BB didn't pass comment on the Senska angle. I've got everything you need on the class. What do you want? Tire pressures? How to check the oil level? Things that the Sangheili crew would be aware of. Known problems. What to watch out for when you're at the helmsman. Just in case we need some insider skills to impress people with our knowledge on steering and bombing the shit out of things. We need an invitation to take a look at her. We've got to get access to her comms node somehow to let you in via the back door, haven't we? I'll see what tips I can extract from our Hergok shipmates. Osmond cut back in. Are you two doing okay? Hoofing, ma'am, Mal said. He looked at Vaz, daring him to say otherwise. Never better. Mal ended the call and leaned on the back of the sofa, drumming his fingers on the peeling leather. With any luck, Mal said, we can nick the ship. Nobody gets hurt, and Staffen carries on as before. Only a little out of pocket. Really? Yeah, really. We both said he's got the right to know about Naomi. Easier said than done. Most things are. I didn't say I was enjoying this. Why do we always have these conversations, Vaz asked. I have moral objections. You say it's the way of the world, and I end up agreeing with you, doing nothing, and feeling like shit about it. Would you feel any better now if you'd shot Halsey when you had the chance? Yes, and I'd still feel obliged to set things straight for Stefan Senska too. Except you'd be in jail awaiting a special Oni court-martial behind doors. The kind where they start with, "March in the guilty bastard," if you've got a hearing at all, that is. Without the ship, he's not a threat. He's a nuance. And if he knows about the Spartan Project, so what? Who's going to care who he's going to tell? We've been down this path about 100 times, Fast. Let's play it by ear. They killed the rest of the day walking around the center of the town and being seen acting like normal guys staring at new life. Spencer had lectured them on how that was the way to succeed in undercover work. At undercover work, to melt into local society instead of hiding behind the shutters of the day and prompting neighbors to ask questions. But Vaz found himself checking faces as he watched people going about their own business. He noticed and noted that every man in his 30s who looked vaguely like Stefan's son or son-in-law, because he still wasn't sure, and every woman with a kid who could have been a little blonde granddaughter. He caught Mal watching him with a look somewhere between exasperation and sympathy. You know the right thing and what to do when it happens, Mal said. That's why I never make my decisions in advance. I trust my gut. It's a spur-of-the-moment kind of organ. He had a point. Vaz always thought he knew what he was going to do, and then often ended up not doing it. Maybe Mal felt better about himself because he didn't see or set himself any ultimatums, and he would never fail to keep them later. They reported for duty at the militia barracks the next day, ready to listen and learn while they set up some training exercises. Clearing buildings was always a good place to start. Mal said it was real enough to look as if they were serious about their new role, but wouldn't make Venezia a significantly more efficient enemy if push came to shove. Vaz was busy sketching out plans for how they could turn one of the vacant office buildings into a mock-up of a house when he heard the door open behind him, and Mal looked up. "So you're our Marines, aren't you?" said a voice. Vaz turned around. Stefan Senska stood in the doorway, a familiar face that should have been a stranger. Vaz felt his gut tighten. It wasn't the adrenaline of finding himself at a critical moment in maintaining a lie, but a terrible guilt. There was only one thing he wanted to say, and he couldn't say it. "Your daughter isn't dead. I could tell you that right now. You've got a right to know." Stefan didn't look quite as obsessed and dangerous up close as Spencer's mugshot of him. That had been cropped off from a larger picture, probably a wedding photo, and maybe the guys just didn't like posing for the camera. He had those very pale eyes, just like Naomi. "That's us, hell jumpers." Vaz looked up into Stefan's face. The need to tell him how sorry he was almost overwhelmed him. "I'm Vaz Desny. This is my buddy Mal." Stefan Senska held out his hand for shaking and looked them over, not particularly monstrous at all. "I do odd jobs here and there when they need things fixed, but I'm mainly an armaments man. I hear you've got some experience of Covenant systems." Vaz tried to separate his assessment of the man from what he knew about the injustices done to him, and it was impossible. "Yeah, we have. Ground forces or ships as well." Mal nodded. "Mainly ground, but you can't separate Covenant ground assaults from their fleet. So, you've been on the receiving end of ship bombardments." "Yeah, too many." "And you know how to counter Covenant warships, or at least their procedures?" Mal nodded. "You think we won the war?" "I don't know, did you?" "No, the Covenant lost it. It ripped itself apart with some help from us. The UNSC did some bloody amazing things to save Earth. But we didn't beat the Covenant to a standstill. Staffen studied Mal for a moment. Vaz had no idea where this was going, but it had to be about the Inquisitor. I got a project, Staffen said. Covenant hardware. Not something I want to bring to the attention of our non-human residents. It's very wise, Mal nodded. It's still a very uncertain galaxy. Staffen nodded and swung his arms. Okay, want to come and look at it? What is it? Mal was doing a pretty good job of playing dumb. Is it in the hangar? Not exactly. It's a ship. Oh, okay. Faz felt a moment of relief. It was all going to work out after all. They could call Osmond back at the house and get BB to piggyback a fragment of himself on a channel, and they'd be set up to visit the Inquisitor and get him into the systems to take control of the ship. They wouldn't even need to kill any Kigyar to do it now. It'd be quiet and bloodless. And when the dust has settled, Staffen could be told what had happened to his daughter. It was nowhere close to happy ever after, but it made Vaz feel a lot better than the idea of assassinating Staffen for being a victim who wasn't conveniently dead. Well, come on then, Staffen indicated to the door. It's okay, I've cleared it with Nairn. Now, Vaz asked. No, I need to get BB's fragment downloaded first. We need to get him on board right away. Yes, it'll only take a few hours, Staffen beckoned to them. Come on, let me show you the good ship, Naomi. If Vaz had any questions left at all about where Staffen Senska's head was heading, they'd just been answered. Naomi. It didn't have the vengeance. It didn't have the same martial ring as Invincible, but it might as well have been vengeance. Wow. Guys, I'm quitting for the day. We didn't quite make 50 pages, but I think that extra week's break was like, I feel all tongue-tied. And I gotta go get something to drink because I still owe Kat a sip of something. I did not come to the Spartan Space for reading today prepared with any coffee or tea or water or anything of the kind. This morning I went out with my wife and we were looking for coolers because tonight I have to pack her up and send her camping, which we did talk about a little bit before at the beginning of the awesome. So there is that. Let me check what I missed out on. Drink something. Okay. So, Rye, to answer your question, if you're still listening, we're reading Mortal Dictata. It's the third book in the Kilo 5 trilogy. The Kilo 5 trilogy is written by Karen Travis. She is generally recognized as the largest Halsey hater in her writing. I don't think that she actually hates Halsey. I think she portrays Halsey in a very interesting light based on the perspective of human beings who existed at the time of Halsey and not human beings who existed with her. I think she's a great author, and this book is mostly about Naomi, who is a Spartan that was a Spartan too that was taken from Staffen Senska as a child. He is a parent who lived through the loss of the clone child dying and all of the things. So anyway, I hope that's a good little synopsis for you. Sorry I made you wait so long. Hey Martin, it's nice to see you. I don't know what a hairy egg is either. If you guys give me just a minute, I am going to goat ahead and run the I'm gonna go ahead and run the oh lord, I'm gonna run in and get something to drink. Golly, can't even. I picked that part up. Okay, yeah, feel free to ask more questions. I'll try to fill you in. We have read all of the books so far. We started at I don't remember what the first book we read. Was it The Fall of Reach? Maybe was the first book we read. Anyway, we've been through all of the books up to now in a particular order. Once we finish this book, we're gonna start Yeah, so the Marines are working for Oni in this book. Kilo 5 is a group of people who work for Oni under Sarah Osman, who is a Spartan who rocked out as a child and was then, when she rocked out, Margaret Perengoski grabbed her and transplanted her into Oni and then raised her to be the replacement. So Kilo 5 is secret squirrel people who are flying around on a secret ship in space, hiding from everyone. There's a Spartan, two ODSTs, a pilot, a I don't know what you would call him, some sort of philanthropist guy. His name is Phillips, and he knows all of the languages, and he talks and stuff like that. And then you get Black Box, who's a little AI who travels around everywhere and makes some pretty okay jokes. And then you get a lot of what happened after the war was over, a lot of the filler between the games, which is adding value quite a bit to my Halo journey. So I like it. Um, Once again, you can go listen to all the other books if you like. I've read a whole bunch of them. They're 100 hours, hundreds of hours probably, for you to go back and listen to me just reading these books for you. It's pretty cool. I like it. So far, this book is setting up for a lot of stuff. We're gonna see what all of that means when it gets there. I'm excited to experience it with you guys though, because that's what the awesome is all about. Once again, thanks for being awesome with me today. No new follows today. 1,594 we're stuck at. We're trying to make it to 1,600. We need 6 more. And don't forget that the rest of this week I will be here. Saturday I'll be here. Sunday I'll be here. I'll be right in this chair, hanging out in the Discord throughout the day, and playing some games and doing all of the other amazingly great things. For anybody who wants to know, that was Ambient Wonders that we listened to on the awesome When We're Reading. And you can find a link to that right there. Ambient Wonders is on YouTube. It's provided to us by Installation00. It is one of his lesser-known pet projects. And what he does is he spends painless amounts of hours going and finding the music that you love from your games and putting them up in a place where you can listen to them. That one was, I believe, it's called Sacred Monument. And we've listened to that one 100 bajillion times because it's my favorite one. And it's behind almost every single time that we read stories or do art. If you like it, you can go find it and listen to it. It's great for relaxing, for entertaining at your dinner party, for just ambiance at your house. I really love it. Anyway, go check it out. Ambient Wonders. Last time I checked, he was just at about 1,700 follows on YouTube for that, or subs on YouTube for that channel, which, surprisingly enough, I'm almost getting to eclipse that number right here, right now. Well, I mean, we're like 1,006 behind it, but we could make it if you tell your friends. Anyway, sit tight in the chair, with the chair. I'm gonna run to the house and get me that drink, and then we're gonna come back here and play games. It's gonna be awesome. Hopefully Kevin will be in here early, and maybe a Jimmy too. We'll see if we can get a 4-stack and play with a bunch of people. Yeah, that's where we're at. Anyway, sit tight. I'll be here in just a minute. with a cup of water. There's coffee brewing. We missed the brew stop. Wanders in quietly from the dentist and missed the reading. How was your dentist appointment? You got cleaning today, right? Cleaning today? We're gonna have coffee shortly. Just don't have any yet. It's my fault. I got up this morning and I went to I got up this morning and I put on clothes and I stayed and waits quietly in the hangar bay. I got up this morning and I put on my clothes and I went with Lena and we crossed the bridge and took Oliver to the to the college. Dropped her off. Sorry, little coffee this morning. Boost the mic. I'm kind of quiet. No. I mean, I could turn it up some, I suppose, but we sort of turned it down so that I wouldn't like overdrive it every time. Like, how quiet am I? Am I quiet, guys? Am I more? You do sound like a librarian. Well, anyway. Anyway, the point I was getting across, still got that soft reading voice. Yeah, it'll get, more gravelly and whatever as the day continues to, go on. Anyway, what was I saying? Fuck, I can't even remember what I was saying now. There will be coffee soon. We took Oliver this morning to college, and then on the way back home, we had to, we got coffee and we stopped at Target, which is a department, or it's a store for people that aren't from America. Target is a store. Hey John, I got a question for you. I'm on Easter egg hunt, and we've got a hint. So much history is on my side of this office. Does that mean so much history in my side of the office? 8-2. An Easter egg hunt, and we've gotten a hint. So much history in my side of the office. I have to think about that for a minute. Is your adrenaline spikes? Are you hammering dudes? Well, we'll probably be hammering some dudes at some point, but, who knows? Golly. I need that coffee this morning. I got a Starbucks coffee, but then I came straight here. I came straight to you guys. Anyway. Here's the game screen. Because, as I've alluded, I'm at home today, so I can join you. Wow, okay, well, look at that. How is your face? I just wanted to know how your dentist appointment was. And then again, don't forget, I'm going to be here all weekend this weekend. We're going to do, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm hoping to catch one of those installation uwu community events that he used to do all the time, but I hadn't seen one in a while. Women stuck on this for about a month. Thanks for giving it. Now, let me think about it. Can you give me some context as to what the Easter egg is about? Or or what the... I kind of need to know what the hunt is. If that makes any sense. Yeah, exactly. I there are so many places that I could probably apply that particular uh hint. And I feel like when I read that, I can hear a voice saying that it's a Battlefield Easter egg. I'm gonna do a live stream on Sunday, I think. A chat on Saturday and a live stream on Sunday. What are you doing for the? What are you chatting about on Saturday, and what are you live streaming on Sunday? I don't have as much time as I used to. Well, being a dad with older kids, and then of course just having all of the time. I get it. I get it. Trust me. I fight it every day as well because I have people like Foamforge Cosplay who streams after me, and in the I would say 2/3 of the year I get to enjoy his but we don't know if H is Henry, if it's a time zone or what 802 means. It could be August of 2002. Could be a date. It could be it could be a date. Chat will be chill and chat. Stream will likely be me playing Deus Ex. I mean, that's cool. Fallout Martin win. Cause I would watch that. Right? Fallout Martin win. And just chatting. It's a legitimate question. Eventually, not soon enough. I can't wait until you're sitting in a chat. Don't know. I'll get around to it. Hold on a second. I have one of those somewhere. This one says this one is not around to it. This one says 0 fucks on it. But I have one of these that says round to it, so I could hand it to you. And you could, then you would have one, so that you could do the thing. I know you got so much other stuff going on. I'm just saying, Deus Ex never really caught my, like, anything. I wasn't ever, like, polarized by that, so, But Fallout, see, your scientist brain, I feel like, will love Fallout in ways that it will tickle parts of your brain. You see, Fallout is so good because there's all of the stuff, and then there's all of the lore, and then there's all of the other stuff, like the fact that humanity dropped the bombs on themselves. Like, the vaults are experiments on people. They're not just meant for survival. Like, there is a whole bunch of, like, what the fuck? And it's like, people did this to people. Like, I'm gonna hop in there. I'm just not there yet. I'm still doing my open. You know how it goes. And I just like to talk about whatever I talk about for a few minutes before I hop in. But yeah, I'll be in there. Somebody is impatient. I mean, I'm excited that he's excited to play with us today. Right? Like, that's what I'm excited about. Be impatient if you want. It doesn't matter. Well, time will continue and we will eventually get there. It's my show. I'm just gonna do what I want. It's my prerogative. Anyway, Martin. It's okay. I'll stop busting your chops. I'm just really excited for you to get into Fallout to like see all of the things that you can experience and what you think about them. And then all of the impossible engineering. Like, I can't wait until Fallout catches your love and you're like, the next thing that we're going to build is a Mr. Gutsy. Could you imagine? I would laugh my ass off if I could actually have a Mr. Gutsy. I mean, it is a banana cat. Anyway, I think a Mr. Gutsy would be cool as hell. Or what about an Assaultron? Mm-hmm. 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 Just saying. Could be cool. T60 power armor. Well, my favorite was the T51B, but you know. Yeah. 100% cool shit. You totally could, like, yeah. Alright, well, I have a whole group of people waiting in the launch bay, so I'm gonna jump in there now. What's up, Jimmy? And Maddie? And Cam is in here, too. What's up, Theta? How you doing, buddy? How are all you guys doing?
Not bad.
Nice. Makes me happy.
Ooh,
What's up?
Loving the weather. Super nice and sunny, but not baking hot. It's perfect.
It's sunny at your house? That's bullshit.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty
There's
overcast.
clouds, but yeah, it's right now. Everything's nice and golden.
I got overcast in my house.
It'll pass, I promise. It was that way this morning here too.
I'm west of you, which means the weather blows over me before it gets to you.
Depending, sometimes it comes from Oregon.
I mean, that's true, but if it comes from Oregon, I don't get what you get. yeah. I am against the.
It stays to the west of the peninsula, huh?
Yeah, it's not. It's the way the weather works here is it is what it is. Nah, Hacksmith is already making Fallout armor. I'll stick to Mjolnir. I know it's Mjolnir. I'm just talking like an ass. Flying ships were cool as fuck. Yeah, they got the Pride Wind in Fallout. It's like a dirigible with, you know, that they just live on always. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, and I get it. You don't want to get out of the lane that you're already in. I'm just saying I can't wait for you to experience the Fallout universe in all of its greatness.
Yeah, I feel like it would be really cool to get some Installation 00 style Fallout videos.
Fingers crossed they actually do that Fallout 3 remaster.
Yeah, it would
get back into it.
I mean,
into it in the first place.
I don't know if a Fallout 3 remaster would be like it would. I mean, of course I would play it, but yeah, it was good already. There was like the graphics were good already.
Just give it a quality of life update. Give it the Fallout 4 engine. It's not bad, but it could be better.
Nah, because I don't. Nah. Hear me. Nah. Hear me out. Don't fuck up perfection. You can play that alone.
Who said they're fucking it up?
No. You didn't hear me out. You didn't hear me out. You were just arguing with me already. You didn't even hear me out.
It's a conversation, not an argument, but go ahead.
I know, but I'm just saying. You can't fuck up perfection. You can already venture the wasteland alone, and then venture the wasteland after the game is over beyond level 30. You can collect all the power armor, you can do all the things. Okay? But if you go to a new Fallout engine, the one that they made for the new games in, you lose all of the same playability. Because then your cores now cost, and you have to find cores and harvest cores. So an update is not a remaster where they just make the game over again and change nothing. and just make the graphics better, and maybe also you lose the ability to glitch the game when they do a quality of life update like that. So if you were a guy that gets your power armor at level 4 by glitching into the Citadel, you can't do that now.
But that means they might have also fixed various game-breaking bugs that engine is
That's
absolutely known for.
100% true, but as soon as you
So
take
there
the
are gives and
core
takes.
of but as soon as you take the core of the game away, the core of the game that made it fun and made it good is lost. That's
Not
why it's
necessarily.
yes, 100%. If I wanted Fallout 4, I'd go play Fallout 4.
I don't want Fallout 4. I'm talking about Fallout 3 with
You
quality
want
of life.
Fallout 4 version of Fallout 3 is what you want, and I don't want
No.
that.
No, I didn't say
In the
emulate
Fallout 4
I said-
engine.
I said use the engine. That's
Right.
not making it Fallout 4. It's
So-
using an engine. So Resident
I
Evil,
understand
because
what
it
you're
uses the R
saying. Oh, I don't
doesn't
want
mean
to. I don't want to
it's-
argue on my
it's-
stream about it with you. We can talk about it later if you wanna. If you wanna argue some more, but I'm just saying that I don't feel like it's going to be the same game. It is the same concern that I have when you move Halo from the Halo specific engines that we're in to a new sandbox like UE5. Because when we go to UE5, we're going to play, it changes everything. It's hard sometimes to find the game that you love when you change everything.
How
So,
many times has the Halo core changed?
Martin, how many times have we had an engine change since the original Halo?
Is it 3 or 4?
I don't even think so. I think we had the original engine. Martin's the guy that will tell you. He's the guy that will know. But
Okay.
what I'm gonna say is that Halo has felt like, with the exception of Halo 4 and 5, Halo has always felt like Halo, and they built an engine for this Halo to do that. That's not what's happening. If they port that game, Fallout 3, if they just do a straight port, Halo has run on the Blam engine since CE with the QOL updates and tack on enhancements. So it's been one engine until Infinite.
Okay, I was like, this is not
Until
the
they
same.
change the case with Infinite.
That's right. So what I am
They
so
did use Unreal. They used Unreal for the UI portion of MCC. If you're counting that as a tack on, even though it's separately a different engine, but the actual core of gameplay in the MCC is still
there you go.
BAM. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. So you have the feel of the game that has maintained through all of the games. And what I'm saying is when you take a game that is old like that and you drag it into a new era with new stuff, people will not just leave it alone. There's gonna be shit. They're gonna make changes. It ain't gonna be the same game anymore. And some people are gonna like that. But that's not what I want. That's all I'm saying. And I respect that you want to see those changes and that it's gonna make the game better for you. And that's why it's awesome, right? And I'm excited for you. But I don't want it. If they were just gonna update it and make the graphics look new again, or like if they gave me all the graphics but the same gameplay and no changes, I'd be happy with that. But again, they're gonna change it. When you go into the MCC now, prime example, you go into the MCC now, you can't get out of the maps in some of the maps like you used to be able to. Some of the things that make the game good are now not there anymore. I don't have any specific examples, but because I haven't gone and done all of the things on all of the Halo games, but I know from hearing people and talking to people that it 100% has happened. So that's what I'm saying, man. I'm just concerned about that.
Have you played the Oblivion remaster at all, John?
I have not, and I've heard that it's great. I've heard that a lot of people really, really love it, but my son said that they changed a bunch of shit inside of that game that's different as well. It's basically what they're doing. They're using Unreal as a core engine for graphical fidelity, and the engine is a physical engine, so it will feel like Halo, but it will look graphically next gen. So you're saying that's what's going to happen with the UE5 for the next Halo game?
John.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to play Oblivion for yourself instead of letting your son judge the game for you?
I didn't play it the first time. It wasn't my jam, so...
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great games have come and gone, but, you know, I mean, for me, there's always been Halo, pretty much.
So I never played Oblivion, and I prefer Skyrim over Oblivion. That's just me. I only ever have played Skyrim.
They've
Just
loaded
like
this
my
Havoc
first
engine
Halo.
into UE5.
Hogging our
Okay.
base. Hogging our base.
Hogging our base, Roger on the way. Yep.
Just like my first Halo was Halo 3.
Gotcha.
I played
There's,
the first two.
they've got both hogs in our base now, both. One is egressing with minus a gunner. The first one is staying. His gunner is also dead. Yeah, so your first Halo...
was 3.
Yeah.
I've played the first 2 games, but never in one sitting, and almost never through to their completion, to be honest with you. I would have to say that Infinite is my favorite of the Halos.
I really love Halo Infinite. I thought they did a really great job on it. Like I said, I feel like they captured the feel of all of the great Halo games, like straight out of the box. There's one on the Ridge. But
my biggest credit with Infinite is
On the ridge.
the
Two on the Ridge,
lack
Roger.
of story completion.
well, there's a book for that now.
The story does not feel complete.
There's a book for that now. Halo 1 didn't have a complete story. Did you feel like Halo was over when Master Chief took his helmet off and they didn't show you his face? So, I mean, okay, so you're like, I don't like it because I didn't feel like the story ended. Okay, well, no game that I have played in the last, I don't know, years has had a story that I felt like has ended.
I would agree.
So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't. It doesn't track with me because it's not even agree. I understand what you're trying to convey, but I feel like that's a substitutive reality. Like, we definitely have. You know, I'm just saying that you definitely have the. Are you kidding me? There we go. Hey, I think I just got my first kill of the match. Holy, no, never mind. It's my third kill. You know who we're missing? You know who's not in here laughing and shitting on us about being young? Kevin is not here this
Kevin?
morning. Yeah, where's Kevin this morning? Anyway,
You could start ragging on me about playing like a trash bag and being.
No. No, I'm just saying that, like, I'm trying to convey this thought in a... That guy just burned to death. Yeah, I've lost it.
Can I burn him a little bit faster?
Thought train has departed. I'm sorry, I didn't know he killed you before I killed him. I still gotta get Cat to say that. Take the first game in isolate. Oh yeah, that's right. The game didn't end. That's what I'm saying. The game wasn't over. That was the train of thought that I was on. None of the games, I don't feel like, ever end anymore for real. You know, there's always a possibility of the character coming back in a second game. You know.
God damn it.
If you take the first game in isolation, the Halo was destroyed, but the Covenant was still a threat, so the events of the game wrapped up but allowed for a sequel to happen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I never felt like any of that was over. And they clearly left it open because Cortana is, like, You know, just go listen to the last. Just go listen to the last little bit when they're sitting there and he takes his helmet off and he's like, I feel like things are just getting started, I think is the last thing that the Master Chief says before it goes black. So, you know.
I feel like I should be a little bit more clear about what I mean. I feel like there are certain characters that did not make the jump from Halo 5 to Halo Infinite that should have made the jump. Their presence lacking the game, or rather, them not being present in the game and their ship not getting a definitive answer to what happened to it beyond the battle that we see in the initial cutscene of the game leaves me wanting more and wondering what the hell happened to the ship.
Oh yeah, I agree with that statement, but you do get a fair amount of additional audio content that reinforces the story, and then as I said, here in November, we're gonna get a book that's gonna finish all of that for you anyway. So
Mr. Fugglechug.
Mr. what?
Mr. Fugglechug.
That was his name? No way.
Yeah.
Did you kill him or did he kill you?
I killed him.
Oh, good shot, Manny. Good shot.
Thank you.
Yeah, buddy.
Is there not a book to cover between 5 and Infinite as well, or did they just...
Twitter base, Jimmy on the
So,
left.
what I think happened for Infinite is, and I haven't read all of the books, right? This is my first journey through the written series. So what I think happens is that they do write these books that pepper in through. Like we're reading Kilo 5 right now. We're finishing that. That all happens as the war ends. So this is all post Halo 3 is like where we're in existence at the moment.
So if I remember right, the gap between Halo 5 and Infinite is like 10 years.
Yeah, so the gap between Halo 5 and Infinite, like, I think there are books about the Banished and how that, like, happens. They start in Halo Wars, obviously. And then, you know, there's an expounding on that. Not play Infinite, but watched all the cutscenes. It never seemed right to me that the Infinity got destroyed that easily. They could have done it where it was just another ship managing the UNSC ring operations, where Infinity was off doing something else. I don't think the Infinity is not destroyed, and I don't think the Infinity crashed on the ring either. I feel like the book will talk about it. I'm waiting.
Lasky does not feel like the kind of officer that would pull a Captain Keyes and crash his ship on a ring.
But Lasky is definitely on the ring, and we know that, or he was at some point, because we hear that in the audio logs.
Has it ever been confirmed whether Zeta Halo has a flood containment area?
I mean, there were flood silexes on the ring. If not, I might have got the wrong impression from the opening cutscene. Isn't it the Infinity? Yeah, the Infinity does get torched at the beginning. The opening cutscene where the Master Chief gets his ass walloped and thrown into space. Yeah. Oh yeah. Infinity 100% got torched. What's up, Jimmy?
Installation Uwu still here?
Installation Uwu! I don't know why.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
That's something in the entire Halo series, since we're smacking the beef about things that don't make sense. If the Forerunners went to all the trouble to light the Halos to eliminate the flood, why are they just going to keep some in a jar? Like,
because
what?
They're supposed to be the holders of the mantle, and the mantle says that they can't really kill everything, right? Like, that's my interpretation.
But they built a giant weapon that kills everything.
I mean, you're not wrong, Jimmy.
I just, like, maybe anyone's got an answer to why you would go to the trouble
Zeta Halo has
developing
a
weapon as a vaccine against this horrible, horrible disease, and then CDC style, you keep it right next to the jar of eggs. Like, why? Why?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay, so I'm gonna come back and say that I'm gonna come back to you with that one and say that yeah, they had the Silexes on the ring. Martin says that that it has a huge history with the Flood. And I'm also gonna say
Shaboom boom.
Boom Goes the Dynamite. The Chaboom Boom really threw me off.
Because they fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the Flood, believing them to be a biological threat, when in fact they were more than that.
I mean, maybe
My recent lore
if
series covers
Halo
this
has
fully.
a history with the Flood, fucking
I will watch
last
that.
we got
I will watch
Beast.
that, Uwu. Thank you for
Yeah.
answering my question.
Yeah, so I mean, and remember that some people theorize. Sorry, Cam, we'll come back to you in a second. Thank you for the 5 gifts of subs, Nikki. We'll come back to you in a second.
Welcome.
Remember that some other people like Cammy Shep and I think even Hidden Xperia hypothesized that the Flood just fucked off and like could be in other parallel galaxies just chilling that we don't even know about. So, you know, for all the work that the Forerunners did. I'm going for the sniper rifle over here. You got any opinion on that one? Never mind, they got it. 2 on the sniper rifle. 2.
You know who the Flood reminded me of?
Who did the Flood remind you of?
The Borg.
Nah, the Borg sound too Swedish. That's verbatim from a Star Trek movie, by the way. Just so that, yeah, 100%. That is verbatim from a Star Trek movie.
Isn't that verbatim from like First Contact?
It is. It is. It's almost exactly what she says to Captain Picard on the holodeck.
Yeah, right. After he gets done blasting one
I think
of his own
00
officers
did a
with a
video
Tommy
about
gun.
flood galaxies. There is a line from 343GS that suggests that other galaxies had fallen to the flood. Yeah, and so that was the idea. Like, so, you know, I think that Martin and I were talking about this on the last stream a little bit too. He was texting a little bit about the history of the flood and why humanity was like not infected or some infected, or you know he's got a whole series that I haven't even had a chance to crack into yet that he was just talking about, that we're gonna have to go and enjoy so we can all gain a more understanding. Getting hosed. I'm dead.
I find it kind of sus that we're gonna take anything that Guilty Spark has to say at face value. That's just
Right.
a little light bulb bastard.
Want me to call my ex?
I don't know. Guilty Spark was a human.
Guilty Spark is a treacherous little backstabbing shit.
Yeah.
There is no other way to describe that little piece of crap.
Oh. You agree with that statement, Manny?
What?
What he was saying about Guilty Spark? You said yep, so I just wanted to hear your opinion.
Oh. That you generally can't be trusted, and he's a conniving little shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The rest of them aren't so bad. I don't know what happened with him. Maybe it was isolation. Who
Well,
knows?
he was a human first.
Yeah, but
It doesn't matter that he was a
you,
human.
you might lose something in the move from humanity to AI, especially that long ago.
Hey, Kevin.
I don't know. It's just one of those.
Oh shit,
out of all
Kevin
the
showed up.
other-
Wait. People talking smack about my favorite
From my
guy?
ex.
Your favorite character
that.
is the light bulb. They're talking shit about him, Kevin.
Oh my
conniving
god.
conniving little shit.
I'm sorry, but Guilty Spark is not to be trusted. He's a backstabbing little bastard.
Ew,
And he
okay.
deserves to be pulled apart like the
Feel like
mother of
you
Zeta
wanna talk
Halo.
more
and
about that.
destroyed.
Number one thing, if you collect stuff, you don't mess with a guy's stuff. I mean, I don't care who you are. You don't come my house and mess with my stuff. You would you would find yourself at the wrong end of a
Spartan laser.
Your stuff is
yeah,
trying to kill me and
just
make me all woomy. So I mean, what about that?
Yeah, sure. Oh, sure. Yeah. I'll drive. Sure. Why not? Yeah, that's I don't think you're wrong about that one. Watch out, Jimmy. Watch out. God.
Yeah, just
Oh, my gunner died.
sat down for a squat in
My
the corner.
my gunner chose poorly. He got the exterminated. I'm gonna go pick him up again. Hopefully he's still alive. In Halo 3, why would 343 Guilty Spark prioritize the structural integrity of the lesser arc? Sorry, I'm trying to read and drive. Oh, hey, I picked him up. Sweet. He came and found me.
You Russian boat is exactly right. Why would he prioritize the integrity of the lesser arc instead of stopping the Flood from infecting the galaxy? Goes right back to my point of 343 Guilty Spark being treacherous little shit.
Well, I mean, you can't build more Halos to protect the galaxy from the Flood if you don't have an arc to build them.
I mean, you're right.
And the Flood won't infect the Guilty Spark.
How do you know there weren't protocols on the lesser arc that could have taken care of that size of Flood infestation?
But I mean, we
'Cause,
don't.
Obviously, they jumped to the whole thing. Oh, we got to fire it off, and obviously by what we've seen, the arc was able to do. It had resources that
Spanker down.
could
Spanker down, Roger.
that could have been activated.
Oh, yeah, I'm playing like a garbage sack. Sack of trash. Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm not going to pretend to know what.
I just cross-map Kong the guy. Eat it.
In the presence of a Flood infection on the arc. I just know that from everything I've seen of 343 Guilty Spark, he's not a trustworthy thing. Not at all. He needs to be decompiled is what he needs.
Have you read the books?
I've read some of the books. Like,
Have you read the Ace of Spades trilogy?
No, I have not.
Well, then you can't speak on Guilty Spark because that explains so much about Guilty Spark. It's
Russian Boat says he has read the
critical.
trilogy.
Gatekeeping.
Huh. Don't gas lamp me, Kevin. Stop gas lamping me. I'm sorry.
Gas lantern.
Gas lantern. I love it. I'm gonna change it at my house. Stop using the gas lantern on me, Oliver. Stop it.
Those are very critical to the life of Shockus.
Okay.
So where does the Halo series come into play? How does that lore tie in?
Shaka Khan.
How does the Ark not have the weaponry to destroy High Charity before it touched down? Interesting. Maybe it does and it wasn't activated.
Oh, did it again! From across the map, you see that, John?
Yeah, you Kong that guy right in front of me. I'm dead.
All I'm saying is it doesn't matter what happened in his life before he was made a monitor. What matters is what he
One
did.
in our base.
He was
One
made
in
a
our base,
monitor. And as a monitor, he proved himself not to be trustworthy and to be a backstabber.
I just think you can't make that assumption with.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm going based off of what I've seen of Guilty Spark in the games that I've played, in the books that I've read. Off of the material that I have firsthand experienced.
You basically you have sentience that is 100,000 plus years old. And a lot of that was solitary
Nice.
time alone.
One on me at sniper.
And so you're going to be a little bit stir crazy for a little bit after that.
Well, also remember, Boat, that and I haven't read all the books, so I don't know. But remember that all of the other thing, the other thing that we should remember is that they built a bunch of shield worlds and shit, and a bunch of them may have gone into the shield worlds and just haven't come back yet. There's a lot of places that the games and the story could go. I don't know. Yeah, there's so many. There could be another shield world that we don't know about. Maybe there's a shield universe. Who knows?
Speaking of, this is your daily reminder, Jonathan, that you lost the game.
Ah, I don't care. Everybody out there in the world, you just lost the game too, though. You lost. All of you. You lost. Lost.
Guilty Spark is still alive in modern Halo, so that's where the books go.
He's still alive in modern Halo. Oh, according to the books. According to the Halo lore. Okay. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Guilty Spark still cocking up the universe. Ooh. How'd the Bronco like the wait? It was fine. Sorry, I got a I had a text in the Discord. You guys can go see it if you want. I just responded because I like to do that. Hey, Maddie.
Yes, sir.
The smile on your face is amazing. Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell you that when you lifted me up and cracked my back the other day, when you like expanded me out of it, extruded me from my short, I don't know what happened. Anyway, my shoulder has felt really a lot better. So whatever you did, it was good. Thank you. Been a noticeable improvement. Can't say anything for my hips. They still feel like garbage. But my shoulder, man, that thing is... I'm ready to throw some baseballs hard again. That's amazing.
Wonderful. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, man. I wanted to tell you, I haven't had a chance really to talk to you since I saw you at the con. I mean, you've been here a couple of times, but, you know, not crazy. Is that the rhubarb skin? Somebody wearing rhubarb? What pink is that you're wearing?
What is it called?
Is that the rhubarb one? The rhubarb one is my favorite
Cosmic Dawn.
Oh, Cosmic Dawn. Okay. There's one called Rhubarb something. It's my favorite one. I was wearing that for Peaches the other day. It was very salmon colored.
Barbara?
Rhubarb Barbara. That's right. We were talking about...
Barbara's rhubarb.
We're all rhubarbarians together. Rhubarbarians. That's like one of the great... That's the best barbarian to be. Oh god, he's typing a lot. Yeah, the stronghold for the Forerunners seen in I have any defense after Halo 343 could have expanded the lore. The Forerunners mostly related to the Shield Worlds and a rumor that they had all died. 343 could have made a new trilogy of games where you play as someone in the Forerunner Flood War. And that could have been good. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things that they could have done. They chose poorly and didn't do any of those things. Have you, hey Maddie, what games are you playing these days that aren't Halo?
Every once in a while on my PC I jump on Battlefield 4,
We do Sea of Thieves occasionally too.
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves,
Elden
okay.
Ring, any of the Dark Souls games.
Wow. Sorry.
A mixed bag.
Owen Wilson has dropped into our chat. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
I got
Player.
by a guy with camo.
Oh, I'm getting Maddie, you're
lag.
yeah.
In
Did
our
you get
spawn.
that too?
Shoot Thade on the back.
We're gonna die, Matt.
Yeah.
Behind you, Nikki.
Yep. I died too. Nothing I could
No,
do
we're
about
dead.
it. My ping is 1400 all of a sudden.
Oh no, you're. Holy shit! No, you're good. That can't be helped.
Yeah, that's why I was like, Matt, we're gonna die. We're gonna die, Matt. It's over. It's over for us. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, we're screwed.
Oh, two there.
Hey, Cam, I got a car here if you want a gun for me. I'm honking my horn. Yep, the other way.
That's
Yep,
right,
yep,
let's
still
get
the other way. God, he is just running into oblivion alone. I'm glad that he's never been to war with me, because he would have run into the enemy and died already. Over here, buddy. And he's
No, no,
weak.
that's
How are
fine.
you? How are you weak in the base? Here we go.
Go.
Oh, well, you're weak in the base because there's a dude in the base hosing us.
There are 2 guys on the left side of our base.
All right,
3
we're-
now. Moving up towards our base.
Whee! Behind us, behind us, behind us, behind us with a sniper rifle. Oh, we're dead. We're dead, people.
I've got a mongoose. It has
We
no
died.
guns.
You have a mongoose with no
John.
guns? What?
Yep.
I thought you were supposed to be a good driver, sir.
I thought you were supposed to be a good shooter. You didn't even see that guy. And I gave you 2 callouts, and then he poked us with the sniper rifle when we went over the side of the map. That's not my fault. What were you looking at? Just out of curiosity.
You do realize my eyes are shit, right?
Got one cloak coming up left side.
This is why I don't fly, because my eyes are shit. And my brain is shit. What do you want from me?
I wanted a good gunner.
Competence.
don't ask for the truth if you can't handle it.
Hey, I'm not mad. I knew what was coming. Can't be mad at the truth. The truth is exactly that, the truth.
Oh, I got killed. I want to know how that thing killed me from 0. Like, we hit bumpers, and he had no momentum, and the Warthog just exploded. That's kind of bullshit.
Sniper, middle of the map.
Middle of the map, I got the skewer.
On the Mohawk, apparently is what it's called.
2 there. Blue base.
Blue base, Roger. I got one
One
here.
has sniper.
Sniper's dead.
So John, do you think you'll give Helldivers another chance now that it's coming to the Microsoft platform?
Did you hear my open before I read about that? I talked.
Oh,
I
you
had
ranted for
I
your
had a
10 minutes about
fucking
fuck
10-minute
PlayStation
rant
and-
about that shit this morning. I can't
Yeah.
believe. If you want my hot take on that one again, those guys can fucking pound sand. Seriously,
Oh,
like,
the salt is real.
oh my god, those boys. You know, not only could they could take the whole beach and just have dry sex with it. Moist isn't even. There's none.
So yeah, punish the people that developed the game, not the publishers who made all the shitty decisions.
I mean, I 100% feel bad for the guys that made the game, but I can't do it. How can I support a company? The only thing I have that companies listen to is my money. That's all that they care about, and they won't be getting any more of it.
Did you request a refund?
Yes, I did. I put 90 hours in that goddamn game. I bought the
What a-
super version of that goddamn game.
What if someone gifted you the game so you don't have to pay money to support them? You can just play it and have
I
fun with friends.
I bought it already. I already
Right.
bought it. I already bought the best version on the Steam store, and I requested my refund. Not only did I buy a version of it, I bought Mike a version of it too, so he could play, so I could play with him. But it's not about how good the game is or supporting the people. I didn't say anything about how good the game is because I've said nothing but good things. I loved the game. But the reality of it is, I'm not going to spend any more money on PlayStation because of their choices. They didn't refund a single person.
Are you kidding me?
They just shut that shit down in a shit ton of countries that they sold that game in and said, yeah, well, you know, PlayStation's not, you can't have the PlayStation there, and even though we're not requiring you to have a PSN account, we're just not going to let you have it. We're not going to list it there anymore. And so I can't get behind that. I can't. I just can't. Like, if it comes to Xbox and you play it and you support them through Xbox, that's great as long as it goes to them. But if even a fraction of that money goes to the PlayStation, I can't do it. I will never play a PlayStation game again. Ever. Beyond the ones that I already own because I have a PS3, a PS2, and a PS1. Because I bought both. I just can't do it. I can't. Can't do it. Same reason why I don't play Call of Duty. Same reason.
Because the developers are a bunch of fuckbags that banned you.
Dude, it's gonna super suck when Activision comes out with a new game that I like. Because I'm gonna have to really work. I'm gonna have to really decide where my money is gonna go on that one. Because Activision is the reason why I don't play Call of Duty anymore. 100%.
Even though Activision is now owned by Microsoft.
Yeah, no fucks, don't care.
For to lose?
For to lose, Roger.
Wait, what? Who said what?
Oh, I'm dead. 3 to lose. I'm 3 and
2 to
9.
lose.
Any new games would come to Steam eventually. Doesn't Microsoft own COD now? A money printer? Why would you need I mean, I got no idea, Bo. It's crazy what's going on with the economy right now with the way that the companies are doing layoffs and all of the things. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know, the world is weird. Like,
Yes.
right now the world is really weird. When I was a kid, I walked a picket line in my
day.
Thanks, Jimmy. When I was when I Kevin's laughing in the back. Oh my god. Anyway, Kevin.
My hoop and stick.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm not that old. Anyway,
back when they used fucking God damn it! Back when they used telegraph machines to send messages.
I'm not that old.
Back in the era of the floppy disk.
Smoke signals.
I heard that Microsoft is looking to hire H-1B people at the same time as announcing layoffs, but I cannot confirm it. Interesting.
Can you break that down for me, what H-1B is?
I'll let Boat do that. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, and then I'll address it when I come back. Everybody, go get a cup of coffee. Take a second. Breathe. Enjoy the chair. I'll be right back.
We're gonna touch grass.
Yeah, go to the bathroom if you need to. Whatever it is. We'll be back in a minute. Just give me a minute.
I love John. Is everybody still there?
Yep.
But yeah, the reason I still play Helldivers is because my copy of the game was a gift from a friend. That is why I can still play Helldivers. I mean, but that would sound about right for United States companies, unfortunately.
Alright, I've returned. Did you guys enjoy the chair? It was quiet, wasn't it? Yeah, I love your take on Helldivers. I appreciate you guys, and you're not wrong. The company that made the game did a great job, and they should be supported. And I'm glad that the people who still play the game buy the stuff.
But also, by that same token, Sony being an evil corporation that decided to unlist the game.
I didn't say they were evil at all. I'm just not gonna buy any of their shit until they like figure it out, cause that's crap. That's crap. Hey, okay, I'm gonna sell something to 400 members of the Spartan Space Discord. Okay, I'm gonna sell it to all of you, and you can all have some. Okay. And then after I give it to you and let you have it, let's say it's rhubarb cake, okay? Because we're on the rhubarb thing. So I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you some rhubarbakuchen, and everybody gets some, and it's the best rhubarbakuchen you've ever had in your whole life. And then after your subscription ends, which is summarily after the first bite, I'm gonna take it all from you. But you already paid me for it. How does that make you feel?
Angry.
Angry.
You didn't let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I'm mad at you for catfishing me into eating rhubarb cake.
It's crazy that they delisted the game from 180 countries worldwide that, you know, had the game or sold the game, and then they tried to, you know, spuriously insert requirement to have a PSN account.
Yeah,
it is crazy that they did that.
You know, if the publisher of the game, if I was the publisher of the game, I would have done something like released a, I don't know, maybe I would have released a patch for all the PC players that couldn't then play to be able to play. Maybe. I don't know, like, you know, I didn't see the company that made the game really say anything crazy in about it. Like, you know, I know that they did say some things, but I don't know what that was or what they actually. It didn't seem like they were terribly upset.
I pulled their flag. There's like 8 of them on it.
You're the best, Jimmy.
Mostly it was encouragement from them to, you know, keep review bombing the game. You know, keep voicing your displeasure so that Sony can hear it, is what I heard from. And I completely understand where Arrowhead is coming from in that vein, because, you know, fucking Sony holds the purse strings. Arrowhead says the wrong thing, Sony goes, fuck you, you're not getting any more of our money. And Arrowhead goes under.
And that's kind of that's why Bungie wanted to be independent. That's why a lot of studios want to go and have independence, right? I don't know. What do you think, Kevin?
It's anything for them to do, but I don't think it's on the studio. It's on the Sony.
Yeah. So how would you support the studio if you can't support, if you feel like you shouldn't support the people who are driving? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to ask you? Like,
well,
you know, they've...
Now, at least, the developers are all independent. Their next game is going to be fully funded by themselves.
Oh, and that's cool.
So you might get to wait till then if they make something that looks interesting to you.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I would totally, if they released another Helldivers game, like another new one, that was not powered by PlayStation, I'd go and watch that one. Or I'd go and play that one.
I assume, and I might very well be wrong about this, because I am crazy, but I assume that
You're in our base
is coming to the Xbox, that any kind of royalties from being sold on the Xbox store and on the Xbox platform would go to Microsoft and not to Sony.
Well, I feel like Sony, because they are the parent company of the said thing, will have some amount of monetary, you know, some amount of monetary gain from that. And so then again, so it's like we're gonna push Helldivers in a new hat for you.
I had always assumed that if you have a game and it's developed by a certain studio and then published, on a certain platform, that you are responsible for paying your royalties to the person whose platform you're on. I might very well be wrong again because I am crazy. I would honestly wait for the game to come to the Xbox store and look at its listing in the Xbox store and see who it's published by. If it's published by Arrowhead or if it's published by Sony, because that could be the difference. Right
the
there.
publisher is Sony because it's a
Yeah,
PlayStation.
Sony.
It's a Sony game. It's because Arrowhead was owned by Sony when the game was made. I got the hammer outside.
It's on our flag.
They're all here. They're all getting away.
Yep.
I'm on the way.
Swag called it out like a minute and a half ago.
I tried to
Two in
fight
our
that.
base.
I tried to fight that guy.
Yeah, I was having a sword fight up top. One hiding in our base. We traded.
Damn. I'm down. Did you drop, Kevin?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Silver just had the overshield, got knocked off the map.
On our flag.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on him. I'm dead.
Can confirm. Helldivers is being listed on Xbox by PlayStation Publishing LLC.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. That's how, like, Gears of War is.
I'm getting
PlayStation.
frames.
It's still, Bethesda published, but Microsoft owns Bethesda, so it will go to them. Not Bethesda on Gears of War, but, yeah.
Wow.
Same thing with, like, I think, there's a couple other games I think they were going to do that with. Like the
Four in the middle.
Four in the middle,
Speaking of
Roger.
Gears, they're actually remastering the original Gears of War again.
I'm dead.
And
It's coming to PlayStation the same day we're getting Helldivers.
I stuck him, Nikki.
And because I bought the Ultimate
Here,
Edition
I'm
of
up.
Gears of War previously, I got a free code in my Xbox message inbox with Xbox.
Get the flag!
for Ultimate Edition, which is pretty sweet.
That was a great play until I died. Go, Matt! Go, Maddie! Go, Maddie, go! Go!
Please tell me you got the flag home.
Oh, damn, I'm dead again! Yes!
Yeah.
Great job, Matt!
Woo! Thank you.
Got one more to go. That was like a, was that a Jimmy and then a Matt and then like that was like all of us, I think, that were.
Hammer in our base on our flag. Thank you,
Hammer's
John.
dead. Hammer's dead.
Razorback coming in the base.
Razorback in the back, bottom.
Doobie doobie doo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Preferred weapon.
Wait for me.
Hammer. Car. Preferred weapon. Car.
Oh.
Car's dead. Nope. Car's still alive. I'm dead. Damn it.
Car coming into our base.
Traded.
Shit, one on the flag.
Oh, I missed him? How did I miss him? How did he? Whoa! No way, bro.
I actually quite like this game mode, whatever this game mode
This
is.
is Castle Wars. Nice kill,
I like
Jimmy.
I ran him over.
Carrier kill. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. Carrier kill. Flag dropped. Double kill.
Wrecked.
Flag retreat.
Go, John, go. Go, John, go.
Back to our base.
Flag is home. Flag is home.
Get it, get it, get it.
Well, shit, I'm out of goddamn. God damn it. I ran out of grapple. I ran out of grapple, so I couldn't grapple up there.
Truck in the middle, coming to our base.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Okay, we're tied up.
Oh! Kevin almost just killed me right there. Two right side, two right side, two right side. I'm dead. One in the base, on the flag, on the flag.
The flag's been dropped.
Carrier killed. Will it keel?
My axe broken.
It will.
There you go. Vehicle. Incoming. Another vehicle incoming.
Guy's dead.
Nope.
Target spotted.
Let's get it.
Oh god, that was nasty. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
No, don't worry about it. I climbed in. I knew it was gonna happen.
No, I mean when you whoever jumped out and then got hit by me flying backwards into him.
Ah, god damn it. Tried to grab the flag. I yanked. Go, 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 go! Whoever's got the flag. Ah, dog pile. Damn it. I should have called that I was trying to pull.
Big mess on the flag there. I've got a from the grave? Okay. The hog is like still bouncing, like...
Go, go, go.
Didn't
go,
prioritize the flag.
Shit.
Come on, get home with that shit.
Get it,
go.
Kevin. Get it.
Get it, Kevin. Go, 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 go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Victory.
Nice job, Kevin.
Suck
Yeah.
my
Hey,
nuts.
Lexi. Hey.
Kevin with the fucking carry, man. Good job, Kevin.
That's what he does.
Nah, sometimes Kevin carries the flag back to the wrong base.
Get people excited.
Oh, hey, Kevin. I saw new Mega Blocks at Target this morning.
Yeah, what do you see?
It was a dragon from Skyrim on a castle.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep.
And I was like, where's my Halo Mega Blocks?
They probably had Fallout ones too.
They do have the Fallout one. I've been contemplating buying it, but I didn't buy it yet. I'll probably contemplate buying it until it's no longer in the store and then just be sad I didn't get it, but at least I won't waste the money that way. I can't collect everything.
Just buy it. You know you want to.
I don't know. Every time I pick it up and I look at it, I'm like, man, that's so cool. And then I'm like, and then I set it down. I come back next time and I pick it up. I'm like, ah, man, that's cool. And I think about building it and what it would be like building it and if I would even enjoy building it. And then I'm like, and then I put it down and I just haven't got to that place. Like the one that I really am sad I didn't buy that I had in my hands 100 million times and never bought was the Xbox. I should have bought the Xbox 360, the little Mega Bloks rebuild. That was kick-ass. I should have bought one of them. I didn't do it. It was the only one I regret not buying.
Castle Wars.
And the Lego Concorde and the Lego Space Shuttle. I don't have either of those either. Those were pretty cool too.
Don't tell Mike, but I had a Mega Bloks elephant. I sold it, not knowing what it was worth.
Oh yeah, you just put that into posterity forever.
Yeah.
Somebody clip that and tag Mike. No, I'm
My
dead.
cousin has the elephant, and I
Like
had
it-
one. And just
Kevin's not playing it. He's like, Kevin's not playing right now because he's going back to get that clip so he can send it to Mike so he can make more Gen X like moments in his life. It's like harvesting the cries of the children, like Sully and Mike Wazowski.
every
By
time
the
you
way,
mention it, I
I'm,
feel bad.
I'm now officially a part of the I'm in a specific generation, but I refuse to be considered a part of that generation of John.
Which generation?
I'm technically a part of Generation Y, but I consider myself a millennial.
You can't just consider. Okay,
You consider
what I want.
yourself fucking
When were
Gen
you
whatever,
when were you
fuck off.
born? When were you born?
No.
1998.
We're not gonna do this again.
1998.
Oh gosh, it's always this.
Carrier kill.
1998 is thoroughly established in a generation. I'm in a generation that nobody agrees is part of any other generation. So much so that they made a special 7-year gap generation for us because nobody wants us. I'm a fucking Gen X, bro. That's what it is. Alright?
So, if you deny the fact that I'm a millennial, I deny the fact that you're Gen X.
You
Two
can't.
in front of the three in front of the base.
Why
on a
would you
bridge.
want to be a millennial?
Because that's better than being Gen fucking Y.
I mean, you are the gen that you are. I'm sorry. 98 is Gen Z. Yeah, I
Okay,
believe
then
98
you
is
are
Gen
Why would
Z.
you care?
I believe 98
Why
is
would
Gen
you
Z.
care?
Middle generation.
He's trying to be a millennial, but he's a Gen Z. That's correct. I believe that's correct.
I'm Gen Y, not Gen Z.
Gen Y is a millennial.
Oh no, the truck exploded.
Good, good, good.
And you are
Incoming! Get the fuck
You
out of my
have-
way! I warned you!
Thank you, Jimmy. I deserved it. I was killed by my own tactic. Bummer. I think that the mongoose in this mode needs to be more powerful than it is.
I can't believe y'all almost got me seeing that thing on air.
Did you just
Saying
say
what?
you're impaired?
No. I said I can't believe you guys almost got me singing that song on air.
Singing what
Which
song?
song?
Bom 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 bom. I ran.
Oh, why would you?
Oh hell yeah!
Nah. Come on. You know better.
Cover me!
Go, 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 go! Use your grapple if you got it.
You that said it and you got me fucking thinking about it.
I didn't say anything.
Flag.
Bullshit. Go back with the flag. Go back with the flag.
I stuck our teammate. How did that even happen?
Carrier kill.
Griff
Try to
you.
their base. Try to their base. Get that flag. Get the fucking flag, dumbass!
Once
Wow.
the base is weak,
That got
almost a
intense.
They're blueberries. They're stupid. By rule.
I'm actually a stupid blueberry in this case.
Oh, no,
you're
you're
weak.
God.
Two of them. Three of them on the flag. Our flag.
I'm dead.
I had him for a minute.
Yeah. They got it. That's a cap.
Enemy captured your flag.
Truck driver's dead.
I
actually
got
a
2
kill on that.
splatters with a mongoose? How does that even happen?
I got
Whoa,
a sword kill on the
come
back
on,
of the
fuck
mongoose. That as a first.
Just block the sword for somebody.
Fuck off.
Can we return the flag, please?
I tried. I got fucking stuck.
Thank you, Pickle.
Well, I flew a long ways. Yeah, so Theta's arguing
Yep,
to be
yep,
the... I think
yep.
that Theta is arguing to be the generation that he already is, or he's just confused.
I googled it
Hard
the
to
other
say.
day, and technically, I am supposed to be a part of Gen Z. Because
I got stuck inside our
I
base,
view
one in
myself
our
as
base.
Gen Y.
If you're supposed to be a part of Gen Z, then you're a Gen Z. Again, I am part of a generation that nobody claims, like,
I
period,
refuse
end
to
point.
be a part of the generation that destroys the planet. Fuck that. I will shit in my hands and clap first.
Flag drop.
Oh, you think you're the only one that's been doing that? You guys ain't alone.
He is total. Yeah, he is the only one that shits in his hand and claps. Yes, that is correct, Manny.
Oh, no, don't take credit for other people.
Well, Theta's the special kind. He does it without gloves.
No, I got gloves on while I do it. What the fuck do you take me for?
Two on our bridge.
A
They're
savage.
called. They're
you're
called.
not cool enough to be a barbarian if you can't shit in your hand and clap.
With the shit still in your hands?
Of course.
Generally, you do it in someone's face.
Jesus, this is just getting great today, isn't it, guys?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is what you get for letting a bunch of people in your stream. You practically
Double.
You might want to shut your mouth before you like change the landscape of the
Fire
awesome.
rules.
You can't come in here and throw yourself under the bus.
He doesn't know any better. He's the younger generation.
That's right. He is a Gen Z.
On our flag.
Oops.
At least I don't think I'm Gen X.
Still on our flag.
Oh, John, no.
Oh, I got killed by my own warthog. What?
Oh shit.
How does that even happen?
Over.
Oh.
Coming
Cut-
to get the flag. Coming
Cut
to
off
get
for
the flag.
millennials
That guy
is
was stuck and
96,
didn't
you
die.
believe?
Oh,
All
it was
right.
his teammate's grenade. One bot.
Oh. Go, John, go.
By the way, John, I really appreciate you letting me play in your sandbox.
You're welcome.
Flag retreat. Now back to our base. You're exposed, Spartan.
Yeah, I am.
Carry.
Oh
Two
no!
coming for
Fuck
the
you, you
flag.
stupid piece of garbage! Ah!
We got it.
I did not run myself over. I jumped out of the warthog and then the warthog fell down upon me.
Spider person.
No, I think you ran yourself over.
Yep, that's the game.
Enemy captured your flag.
Damn it.
Damn. It's alright. It's alright. We can't win them all.
That right there is a perfect example. I don't care if you label yourself as a Gen Y, X, Millennial, or otherwise. The game just labeled you as a loser.
Ooh, thank you, Jimmy.
Hello, there.
Everybody is spicy today.
Wait till tomorrow when it's really fun.
Wait till
Hey,
tomorrow
you know
when it's
what?
really fun.
I wouldn't rather lose with a greater bunch of people.
I probably won't let a thing off
You should.
tomorrow, but just the smell in the air and the hear of the booms, it's gonna make me happy.
Oh, the awesome will be live on the 4th of July in its normal time slot. I will be here streaming because I ain't got nothing better to do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot, probably join you tomorrow too then.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm eating a snack.
Freedom Act will be at
You want to
work
guess what
where
I'm
he
eating today?
Is it Cheez-Its?
got on the nose.
Mm,
I'm tempted to say these nuts.
It is Cheez-Its.
It's always Cheez-Its.
He's just slow, like, cycling them into his mouth one at a time. A little conveyor belt of goodies.
You're
It's
gonna
not
get
just
Cheez-Its to sponsor you, man.
it's not just that. I'm making faces when I'm doing it too. I'm like, ooh. Oh.
And now you're making weird noises on top of it.
I just love the dude. Cheez-Its are my favorite.
Cheez-Its are amazing.
what
You should
kind
explain
of
that to my wife.
Mm.
What kind of cheese?
Cheez-Its are fine, but they're not great.
Original.
What kind of cheese is on? Original? Nah, extra toasty is where it's
I mean,
at.
the super burny ones are really good too, but you know, just a regular
cheddar
cheese
pepper-
one.
The cheddar pepper
Literally
jack.
cheese capitalizing off of somebody's fuck up.
You know, sometimes I
yeah,
will
because
venture
you want
into like the mixed bag where it's like half of this and half of that, but it always comes back to just the regular cheddars are the best.
Speaking about random snacks, did anyone else hear that corn nuts are going to come out with partially popped corn nuts, like a half popped kernel of popcorn?
Bust a nut, bust a nut. Grab a bag of
then
corn
take
nuts
your
and
cheese.
bust a nut. Sorry, that's really the slogan. So that we're clear,
Mm-hmm. And then you break your teeth on them.
dude. I love fucking goddamn corn nuts are the best.
I like to put them in chili instead of oyster crackers.
No, I just eat them by the handful, just right into my face.
Yeah, that works.
Nuts. Nuts by the handful, right into your face, John.
Can somebody clip that, please?
Corn nuts, corn nuts,
It's too late now.
by the
You know how
handful.
easy AI can turn that into a different word too?
It's corn. It's a big old lump with knobs, and it has the juice.
It has the juice.
My wife hates it when those little like those little Song of Ice songs come crashing out of my mouth at the dinner table, and the kids are like, "Yeah!" Well, my wife hates it. Oh man.
You don't speak brain rot, do you?
Oh, Skibbity Riz, what?
No.
On Skibbity? What? No, I don't speak whatever generation of kids that is. I don't speak that one.
Uncas probably dropped. No huzz.
I'm going for the sandwich, just so we're clear.
Sandwich. Copy.
Where's the
Two coming to the tower where the sandwich is at.
Sounds like I want to beat somebody's
No, the
brains out
sandwich
with a
spawns on the table.
Warthog's down.
Over there.
Ooh, traded.
Yeah, because where else would the sandwich spawn?
Three at the tower, one with the sniper.
Johnny's got a sandwich. He's looking at you with the sandwich in his hand. Hold on, I gotta get the sandwich. I gotta get the real sandwich. Hold on. Johnny's got a fucking sandwich. Sandwich.
Two at the coil.
Oh, whoa! Look at that. He's like throwing the sandwich and shit. Did you see that, guys?
No.
There's a sandwich animation.
Nice.
When you're just hanging out with the sandwich. Watch this. He's gonna do something cool with it in a second. I got the fucking sandwich.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh! Come here. I think I died with a sandwich. I got a double kill with a sandwich. I'm dead. Sandwich on my ex. Jimmy's got it. Jimmy's got the sandwich.
Ah,
2 seconds to spanker. Did you die?
I did.
Did you die with the sandwich?
I did. Trying to backsmack somebody.
Oh, somebody's got a ghost.
Don't care. I want the sandwich. Where's the sandwich?
That green courtyard?
Where'd you die with the sandwich at,
Sounds
Jimmy?
like
I
all I want
got
is
it.
a
I got the
fucking
sandwich. I
burrito.
got the sandwich. Oh, now I'm down.
Hog
Sounds like all
son
I
of a
want is a-
The sandwich is now next to yellow room, inside of the hangar, or inside of the garage.
Two upstairs garage.
Oh shit, that
Damn it! I just want
Sorry,
this.
you hungry?
There are
Jimmy?
sandwiches in
You
Halo,
after this
yeah.
game to go get food?
There are sandwiches in Halo. That's why I have the sandwich. The Halo sandwich is like is a real thing. It's like one of the coolest things in the world. We're part of the sandwich club.
On the market there, John?
Yeah, I see him. Somebody get the sandwich. There's one dead.
Where's it at?
It's inside it's just outside the yellow room, but inside the garage.
I did not say throw down the shield. I said melee game. We could stop twerking.
You're
Somebody
twerking?
go get that. That's a gun goose sitting down there. Take it, Nikki. Go do some damage.
Cause it's fun. It doesn't
Now.
matter.
Sandwich is still here. It's still here, and I got it.
Become one with the
Gun
sandwich.
goose is gone.
I'm inside the garage with a sandwich.
Oh, drive the forklift.
Ouch.
We're not forklift certified, Jimmy.
Two
We
at
can't
bunker?
drive the forklift.
There is no death. There is the sandwich.
All right,
Sorry
except
about that.
I am actually forklift certified, so
I think I
There is
still
no
am too.
death. There is a sandwich.
oh yeah, you thought. Yep, you too. Where's your other buddy?
you on the
If I had lips, I'd
I
kiss
just
you on
exploded
the
into a
face.
birthday party. I feel violated.
Oh, I don't have a sniper anymore. I need to,
Bridge is gone.
Sniper is out of bullets. I need to get back to a place where I can find a gun. I need a weapon.
This could
No way,
barbecue
use
a
two
flock of
guns.
Moa in 90 seconds.
Much cooler.
Ha ha! You don't know? How do you know? You don't know what this cool. I'm dead. I'm dead. Sandwich on my X on ramp in garage. It's slid down to the bottom of the ramp. It's not the foot of the ramp.
I got him running in circles.
God damn it.
Oh yeah, I got a piece of bad news last night.
You went into the kitchen and the sandwich was moldy?
No, I found out that the United States military is retiring the Warthog next year.
Oh, I knew that already. Although there is speculation that they might not stop Lost the Warthog at all. Jimmy, I'm in here dying!
Yeah.
He just sat there while I ran by for the sandwich. The sandwich is at the bottom of the ramp next to my body.
Oh, the Warthog is down again.
Nothing like a BR-75 in the morning.
Nothing like a BR-75 in the morning. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Does anybody have status on the sandwich?
Negative.
Negative sandwich, Roger.
Power items
I'm
available.
heading to the sniper again. Because none of these guys wanted, apparently, which I think is a terrible choice. Why would you not want the sniper if you could eliminate people? That was a terrible shot, Johnny. I'm invisibly going towards the sandwich.
They're all like right out in the fucking front of the building.
Ooh.
So now I've come back to you to find the sandwich.
Bull true.
The sandwich is gone? Does someone have it?
I need a weapon. I need a weapon.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, sniper got me.
Remaining.
Reload mid.
11 to win. Guess the sandwich is gone. It's now no fun to have, to be had.
One headed to the beach. Hi.
1 week on my X. Headed your way, Kevin.
Traded 2 on the walkway.
Bye.
Stone walkway, I should say.
Here you win.
Oh, sorry.
You to win.
1 to win.
Victory.
Win.
Win! Yeah,
I'm
so
a Gen W.
look at Boat.
Suck
Look
up
at
the dub.
look at Boat. It's
Sorry
the
about
same.
that, Kevin. I did not mean to run you over.
This is the sandwich that I was just holding in Halo for all that time. It's a sandwich weapon. We carry it to all the conventions. You could be assassinated. I assassinated Ron with this on the community stage at Worlds last year.
Ron?
Yeah.
Managing guy at Microsoft.
Oh.
It was the best.
That sandwich looks different from the footlong that you hold in the game.
What game are you playing where you hold a foot-long sandwich?
I swear
Well,
the sandwich in
the
the
game
game is
of
a
life.
footlong. A footlong sub.
I mean,
I too have a foot long that is only 11 inches.
I'm sure the modding community can make a hammer look like a giant baguette or something like that.
Theta, what the fuck are you talking about, man? There's no goddamn sub sandwich in Halo.
I swear to God, there's a fucking footlong sub that you used to beat people to death with on the fucking Valhalla map or Smallhalla, whatever.
It's
There is
a sandwich.
It's
but
a
it is
sub
not a full-on.
sandwich.
not a sub sandwich.
This is this panini breaded ham sandwich with
not even a
lettuce
hero.
and tomatoes and yellow cheese is a foot-long sandwich. A foot-long sub sandwich. This square, non-round sandwich that I was clearly holding on the stream in the last match live with the
I swear on
sandwich.
my mother's fucking earned that there's goddamn sub sandwich somewhere in this fucking video game.
Well, that's a bummer. Because you just disrespected your mother's urn.
I'm sorry, Theta's mom's urn. He is
I
wrong. He is wrong, and it's not his fault. He. I'm gonna cry. He's so wrong. Oh. Just kidding. I'm not gonna cry, but seriously, man. Seriously. Kevin is having a heart attack.
Kevin, no.
I haven't had any heart attack. I'm just ignoring everything.
That's
Sounds
boomer.
about right,
That's
dude.
boomer talk, Kevin. That's boomer talk, Kevin.
I mean, how would you know what boomer talk, John?
Because my
is,
dad's
John?
a
You're
boomer.
not one of them.
Because my dad's a boomer. That's how I would know.
You mean your dad that you never talked to?
I talked to him for a lot of years, regularly, like every day. And then I continued to check in with him regularly on the monthly or weekly basis. Until just recently when he chose not to come to a baseball game that my son was playing in at a minor league baseball stadium. And instead I don't know what he did. Who the fuck cares? He didn't come to something that was important. So anyway, hot take.
Sorry, John.
Corn nuts.
It's not your fault. I don't hide anything on the awesome. If you want to ask about it, I'll tell you. Just don't be surprised if you get a really, really hot take. Shit is hard. Life is tough, man. Parents, people, everybody. It's an experiment. We're all in it together.
Okay.
Oh.
I just want to make sure I don't overstep my bounds and get myself kicked out.
No, I mean, I already smacked one PP today, and I still sort of feel bad about it, so...
What the fuck?
I'm just saying. The PP Slapper 9000 came out, slapped a pecker, and I put it away. Because I don't like smacking PPs. That's not fun. I like the piss pistol in Halo, Cursed Halo. That's the best PP in the planet. It's just a stream of yellow. And you can write your name in the snow world on the ground with it.
Need somebody to clip that.
What? Clip what?
Everything.
Entire conversation.
Just that I need somebody to clip that is fucking hilarious.
She's over there. She can barely contain the giggles. She's like, who's smacking peepees? I was smacking peepees earlier.
I fucked up. Damn it.
Honor flag!
Yeah, I'm trying to get to him. He's much faster than me.
Enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
What the hell?
Wait a second. That guy should have died.
That is not what I wanted to do.
I got stuck in the face, god damn it.
You can throw X1 grenades from the character's number 1. Okay. Smacking PPs is your job? Well...
She's not wrong.
Huh.
It just makes me think of the, what was it? Cheech and Chong sketch about being in court.
Here we go, I'm going! Whoa, that was weird.
Elite Bloodblade on my ex.
I got 2 coming to our flag right now.
Did you
By
just see
myself.
that shit? It was so cool! Ooh!
Launch that thing at him.
One in our base.
Base.
I'm dead. They have oh, we have their flag? Is that their flag? Yeah, I'm on their flag. I'm dead.
Got him.
I'm gonna drive this.
Got inbound.
Lost another to a sword fighter.
Preferred weapon car. Here we go. Oh, shit.
I'm out of grapples.
Oh, my God. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah.
One's riding
There's
the
another one. I died.
Doodads back to our base again with an OV.
I cosplayed Agent Texas for a few years and I want to remake her. Dude, that would be awesome.
That flag.
Enemy flag carrier.
I'm all out of grapples and he's getting away.
Mongoose away! Oh shit.
I kind of wish there was a button where if you got stuck on some part of you, you could just grab the nearest enemy Spartan and hug them and take them with you when you die.
Enemy there.
I usually try to do that if I'm stuck with a grenade.
Well, nobody needed to activate my self-destruct there.
I
died.
floated to space. You guys will find me several years later training Spartans in a secret installation.
Go back to
OV.
Behind you, John.
The OV is broken?
He still killed me. It's on our flag. Thank you.
Oh, hammer coming in. Nice accent, Kevin.
They're gonna need to clean the grill.
Dude, I can't believe I'm getting kills in this mongoose. Like,
Left side.
oh, they tried to run me over with my own mongoose. I'm all in their base. I'm dead now, but I was all up in their base. Because you know I'm all up in their base. In their base. Just killing. I'm gonna drive this. Preferred weapon vehicle.
Jimmy's mad at our flag.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Boom! Oh my god, that guy just exploded! I got a ramming spree! What?
One going to one going to our
Nice.
base. Flag cap.
Flag check.
Good job. Whoever.
Enemy flags in allied hands.
Lost another to a sword fighter.
Carrier kill. Flag dropped.
Hey, Kevin. Oops, sorry, boys.
I mean, I wanted to be run over by John today. So that's how I was expecting today to go.
Oh, damn it.
Nikki just goes flying.
Dude, I love this mode because I can just run over people the whole time, and it's fun. I mean, I hate running over my own people. Sorry I burped on you guys just now.
No, I thought that was pretty in character with everything you were saying. Like, I love that I can run everybody over.
Slive's got the flag. Slive's got the flag.
Very
Alright.
That was the slowest splat I've ever seen.
I mean, I got some serious Homer Simpson vibes off that, John.
They brought me a car. Oh, they brought him a better car.
Car.
Flag dropped.
Oh, they brought Nikki a better car.
Why?
Flag.
Somebody got our flag. Fuck.
Shields are down.
No! Son of a bitch.
Screw you.
Another one down. In my sight.
Somebody's
Gimme,
got
gimme, 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 gimme.
one of Atriox's hammers. Somebody's going for a flag.
Yeah.
I died for you. I hope you survived.
No, I also died.
Oh, they got me right as I was grappling out.
Kill.
Feels bad.
But I appreciate your sacrifice, John.
Yeah, you're
It wasn't
welcome.
in vain.
Oh no, we definitely sacrificed a vein. Oh, I died.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I just watched the dude that killed me get smacked in the face by a fucking mongoose and killed. That was pretty great.
I think that's
And
the
then
guy
you
we
guys
just ran over.
I just
put
want to
in their base.
drive.
And then you guys just fucking explode.
Put my arms up that dude's asshole. Put my arms up that dude's asshole.
There's 3 on the enemy
I
flag.
just want to drive.
Good, that means we're making him nervous.
What?
When did you become a doctor? And when did you start offering prostate exams?
No, I'm not. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a sword slayer. But I'm singing I'm singing some Sugar Ray because that's what's on top of the iceberg right now. The penguin is just playing it. All around the world, statues crumble for me. Well, thanks for the ride,
Oh, one
bro.
No, never mind.
They have our flag. Take it back. We have eyes on
Ovi on the flag. Ovi
Yeah,
on
sure,
our
thanks,
flag.
buddy. That
He's
good.
taking the lifts.
the enemy carrier.
The man cannons.
That was fucking hilarious. That guy tried to grapple jack me, so I just drove off the cliff, and when he threw me out, he threw me back onto the ramp and just drove into oblivion and died. It was the greatest. It's like, have some of that, you shit sack. Sorry.
Would it be fair to call the man to also call the man cannons heavers?
No! How did Kevin keep me from driving? That's bullshit. Kevin, you are so strong that when I ran into your back, you deflected me off of the map. I don't even know how that happens.
No, he just had his shield at maximum intensity, John.
Well, I just
Two
killed
coming, three
Mr.
coming.
McBurger. That's powerful cake. Yeah, Kevin's cake rebounded me off the map.
2 on our base.
I mean, did you enjoy the trip through Oblivion at least? Oh.
I died. Again. I have the second most deaths on the team. That's cool. Not really. Jimmy
yes,
only
the only
has
person that has
10
more
deaths.
than you is
The
me.
enemy flag.
Oh,
Yeah.
holy
He's
shit!
defending the flag.
Yep,
Carrier kill.
I can tell I'm last year. I'm
Oh no! Oh.
Vicky, you're going the wrong way.
That dude just drove the fuck off into Oblivion.
No! 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 Yes!
Flag capture.
Oh! I lived! I lived! You can't get me.
And again,
Did you say win again?
for the win again.
Yeah. Woo! Mm. Stretch. Oh. What are you doing tonight, Jimmy?
Probably myself. You asked. Like you said. You can ask your questions, but you'll get some off-the-cuff hot takes.
Myself. Did not expect that to come out of you today. All right. I wish I was retired so I could play games with you guys. Also, mood. Well, I mean,
You could always have a dentist appointment.
yeah, I mean, Nikki had a dentist appointment. Maddie is a like a parent caregiver, and they live with the person that he cares for. So he just get to break away and play some games today. And then well, Kevin is just Kevin. He's the largest collector of Halo toys in the world. I mean, you have to be independently wealthy and awesome to have the ability to just collect toys. Like, even as a retired disabled veteran, I don't collect toys like that. I mean, that's the man right there. Toy collecting dude. Mostly Halo toys, though. Now. And then there's Jimmy, the phone sex line operator. I mean, he's never not working. I mean, he 100% always is. Like, he took a call in the Awesome a couple of days ago. Like, way out of his normal work schedule. He was like, guys, I got to take this call. It's a very special client. They've got very special needs.
I booked a group session.
Oh,
Do what I gotta do.
it's a group session. I gotta do what I gotta do. Woo!
Did you make the comment about me by chance?
There. Oh yeah. Cam is just the baby. We just drag him through stuff. I mean, he needs to get a bike.
Who's gonna take the ride?
Oh man.
Old school simplicity. More kills.
Come on, Kevin. Let's go kill some stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. I didn't mean to get you killed. I'm dead too.
Oh, I overshot it, son of a bitch.
That sucked. I tried to get you behind that wall so you're protected, but they followed us. That
One
was
far
my fault.
left.
But damn. What about the toys on the shelf? Those are Halo toys. They are mostly. Well, they're not all toys. Here, I'll let you look at them.
Let me call my ex.
There you go. The camera's good enough. I'll let you peruse those. If you see something up
Fucking
there that you're
asshole.
interested in, ask me
Ghost.
about it. That's what dicks do, Jimmy. They fuck assholes.
I also fuck pussy's truck.
Shit.
Can somebody get on my rocket turret and help me?
Can somebody get on your what to help you?
Rocket turret?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna try, but then you drove away from me.
I'm dead.
I've never hijacked a turret from a dude before. That was cool. Die, you son of a
My
bitch!
X1 broken.
Got him.
There you go, Nikki. You. Oop.
They came with you?
All that to kick me out so I could get back in and... I'm dead! God damn it, I'm dead! Team America. Yeah, that's exactly what that was from. That's correct. Yep.
I got stuck.
America! Fuck yeah! Coming in to say the motherfucking day! Woohoo! I just stole that right out from under their noses. Just hanging out back here in the back.
Oh, that's Jimmy.
It's like I'm driving the
No,
parade
Nicky.
float wagon right now. It's like, so was that your planes playlist when you served? No. That was not on the playlist when I served. I mean, it was probably on my personal playlist, but back then it was more, oh, that sucked. I was gonna try to push that trash can into that dude.
They come to snuff the rooster.
Oh, what? Okay,
What?
that's fine.
Ammo reserves depleting.
They have a rocket hog. It's stuck at the moment. Never mind, it's out. Along with Fortunate Son. Yeah, that was probably on there.
Burner. Sorry. You got that song going in my head.
What song?
Fortunate Son.
Baby Shark? Is that what you said? Did you say Baby Shark?
No.
I just shark. Do.
Spartan Shark. Do. Spartan Shark. Do.
Spartan bitch. Do. Spartan bitch.
Wow, really? I hope that that's stuck in your head for an entire the entire length of time that old Amish women take to churn butter. That is an eternity. I hope it's stuck in there a long fucking time. That's what I'm saying.
You wish?
One of my X down to your left, Pickle.
Oh, oh, oh,
Did
no,
you just
that
say
was great
leftical?
timing.
Leftical.
I'm sorry about that. It
Want
did
me
not.
this week?
There was a bottomless pit there.
I'm dead. 2 on me.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Oh shit. Hey Nikki, you know what's awesome is that you gave Miss Boof a sub. She is a fucking... Oh my god, she's a gem. I love that girl so much.
Who?
Miss Boof.
Okay, I heard that right. Cool.
Oh yeah, Miss Boof.
Great name.
She is the best. She is her Halo suit is in the Mopop Museum. Her Meowster Chief suit. She finished second at HCS Worlds 2 years ago, and her suit went straight in there after that.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a great cosplayer. I love her to death.
Shit.
There's one
Dumbass.
right here. Never mind, he died. Turret's live. Fucking goddamn it. Guy weak in the left side alcove. Thank you for the service and happy 4th of July. OG Lethal Octane, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I don't know who you are, but I did it for you. So that you could be free and all of those things. So thank you. Thank you for telling me that today. I'll be here tomorrow streaming. I'll probably wear the America Spartan colors tomorrow. The Pepsi Spartan.
Pepsi Man.
Make a collection of Covenant
John,
suits and
thank
put
you
them
for
on
all of
display
your
tomorrow.
service, my friend.
You're welcome, buddy. I did it for you too.
I'm getting pinched.
No,
To be
dude.
honest with you, I would have served myself, but I am not a valid member of the service.
Dude, yeah.
Not valid to be taken as a member.
Thank you. You guys like the toys up there?
Power item.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Theta. I know there are people who weren't able to serve because they have limitations that don't allow them to serve, and that's cool. I mean,
Enemy team nearing victory.
you know, everybody does what they can. I did it because it was the right thing to do. It was what I needed to do. Did it, but I did it for you guys so that you could have a roof to live on top, or a roof to live on top of, a roof to live under that was safe and secure. You know, a place where you could be happy.
I did it so y'all could afford refrigerator box to sleep in.
I did it so you could all afford eggs. Too close? Is that too close to home? I'm
Cheaper
sorry.
to have the chicken.
Why buy the cow?
Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? But did you just
Why
say
buy
my
the cow when you
girlfriend
get
is
the
a
milk for
slut?
$7.88?
Like, can millennials even afford a roof nowadays? I don't believe so, no. That's the unfortunate reality is I feel like, I told my wife that I feel like the next generation, like my children will not be able to afford to buy a home. I firmly
they'll inherit
believe
one.
that. They may inherit one. It depends. I may sell and move to Gig Harbor and buy something really expensive and then just die in it. I bought eggs today. I can't afford a home. Well, that's Lexi, someday,
I feel it,
someday, you will become the Yaya Han of Halo cosplayers. Maybe she's not as great as she used to be, but once upon a time, she was like the pinnacle of cosplay. And you'll just be independently wealthy, and you can find a young chap that you want to take care of, and you could just sugar mama him. Or not. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm all about everybody being their best them, and if that means your sugar mama or sugar daddy and somebody else, and that makes you happy, okay.
They're at the gun turret, 4 of them.
I wish I could find myself a sugar mama. Never
Sugar,
Nope, not gonna let you do it. I already lost. I'm jumping into the lava. You heard it here first. The only way I'll afford a home is if I'm married, but gestures broadly. Are you asking the awesome to play matchmaker for you? Is that what you're asking with the broad gesture? Are you like, if I'm married, and then you're
Or is she
gesturing like
proposing
this
the
out to the world?
awesome?
Or are you proposing to the awesome? Because I don't know if the awesome hasn't quite become a full-fledged adult entity yet, so I don't know if I can allow it to marry you. We
Hey,
lost
John,
lost a Kevin? Yeah, what's up?
Jump,
It is
jumping into
time.
lava.
The
Lava.
lava. That's what I said, the lava. Well, no, I'm just complaining. Well, Lexi, we can find you some. I know a lot of really cool people. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. But if you decide that you like any of my friends that I happen to introduce you to accidentally, just let me know.
So, are we now small enough to go jump into some?
No, we have
super
5.
ghetto?
No, we have 5.
Damn.
Well, the awesome. What I mean by the awesome hasn't grown into a full adult yet is like it hasn't become an LLC that's taxable and generating income and. So that's what I meant. I have a really long cheek hair that I just found in my like peripheral eyesight, and it's like frustrating the shit out of me. I'm not gonna unsee that now. It's like I'm like, what is that? Oh, is it just a huge hair here that apparently I didn't get when I shaved my face. Boop. It's gone now. I just pulled it. Yeah, it's a thing that people do. Your beard is illustrious and amazing. I'm not going to compete with you. You're too beautiful for me. I'm going to shave my face so I continue to look younger as long as I can, because I know that I'm getting old and my beard is white. And that's bullshit. Yeah. Maddie has this big, huge hair and this big, huge matching beard and mustache. And it doesn't, there's like 2 grays in all of it, feels like no gray at all. It's not fair.
Are you kidding? I can hold it up right now and count the whites. There's more whites than darks.
That's because you live with them, but when I was hanging out with you, it didn't seem like that to me. Oh, the very discreet shoving 2 people physically together, definitely a winner. No, that's not what I would do. I would be like, hey, Lexi, come to my party. And then I would accidentally uninvite myself and like 45 of my best male friends. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. That'd be terrible. It'd be a whole bunch of people like me. Which is not terrible, but sort of also terrible.
You're better in,
I would nope out so fast. I wouldn't do that to you, Lexi, but I'd invite you to my barbecue, and I'd invite like 3 or 4 married couples, and then like 2 or 3 single guys that I know too. That's what it'd be like. You would definitely be outnumbered. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you either. That's terrible. I'm not the matchmaker. It doesn't work. Although we did accidentally happen to stumble upon a match on accident, so about, shit, I don't know, fucking forever ago, when I was much, much younger, I had a birthday party, and Kristen, a friend of mine who I went to high school with, and Larry, a friend of my wife's that she went to high school with.
They've taken our flag.
Yeah, I did get I don't know why I couldn't run that. Anyway, so I leave the matchmaking to the Halo servers. That's a good call, Lexi. What I would say is that, anyway, they stayed the night at my house for my birthday. Because we had a big birthday. I want to say it was my 30th birthday. I can't believe that was 13 fucking years ago. Anyway, they met and cuddled on the top bunk of the bed for the night and went to breakfast, and now they're married with kids. So I guess I could say that I am successful at helping matches sort of happen sometimes.
John, you're 43.
Yeah. In October, I turned 43. It'll be my 44th revolution of the sun begins in October.
Sounds like you're older than dirt.
That's not true.
I'm his same age. That's messed up.
I mean,
I'm sorry. The statement of being older than dirt is exclusive to John and John only. I should say
Okay.
that. We should preface with that.
Cuddled. No, it was definitely cuddling because it was the top bunk and my buddy Gabe was on the bottom bunk underneath them cuddling his shoe. So I'm pretty sure that yeah, he was snuggling he was snuggling a sneaker. Which is kind of hilarious. Hey, that rhymes. Snuggling a sneaker. Ooh. Anyway, poor Gabe. He doesn't watch The Awesome, so I don't even feel bad. This will never get back to him. That was a great birthday party. We played laser tag in the woods. Was that the same birthday party? I think that was the same birthday party.
Ammo reserves are depleting.
You guys remember playing laser tag in the woods?
Walk it off.
Lena was pregnant with Jack. And Oliver played with us that day. Maddie, this was before you, so you wouldn't have remembered. But Nikki should remember.
I feel like I should.
I think Nikki took some pictures of it even. Oliver wore a Hawaiian shirt that day. Last birthday party I had was when I was 21. I turned 32 this month. Lexi, if you come up here, I will have you a birthday party. I promise I won't make matchmaker at your birthday party. But I will throw you a cool birthday party. By cool, I mean there will be a ball pit and some barbecue and maybe a case of beer. And you won't get any of your food at the same time.
One on our base.
You're not gonna laugh at that one, Nikki? That's like my wife's favorite fucking joke at my house, right? It's still today.
What was the joke?
That you don't get your food at the same time at my house. None of your food shows up at the same time.
Oh.
That's the joke. It's not that way anymore, but when I first came home from the Navy, like, all I ever did was, like, barbecue and potluck or eat out. So, like, I won't play matchmaker. Here's a pit of balls. It's a ball pit. Are you kidding? What? Good lord. Thanks. Thanks for that. I mean, I guess you're not wrong. Maybe there's a few odd ones. Oddball. Let's just roll with it. Play ball. Whatever. Or balls. However many you want to put in play, I suppose. Good lord. Like Maddie would tell me, phrasing seems to be everything. Seems to be.
Don't get us
You're
killed,
not careful.
John.
Yeah, it can be.
Run this bastard over.
Gonna need to clean the grill.
Go get the flag. I'm dead. The warthog is stuck in the teleporter. You should be able to egress very easily.
I did not get onto the second floor.
Understand.
Carrier.
No. No. Come on.
I just got stabbed to death because I was the big dumb.
Oh, I got the flag so close.
The flag is at our base. The flag is at our base.
Go, youngling, go.
Got it.
Good job.
Yeah.
Hammer in our base with the overshield. Never mind. It's definitely dead.
The hammer's on your base. The hammer's on your base. And if you come over to me, you'll get a taste. Oh.
Whoa.
Of the hammer. Yep, that's exactly what that guy did. He just blasted me into space with the... What's happening over the mic? I have no idea why. What's happening? Tell me when you're playing tomorrow, and if it's before 2 o'clock, I will join. Lexi, I will be playing from 10 until I decide to quit. So it'll be 10 in the morning until I decide to quit, and hopefully we'll have fun. I'd love to have you come and play with us. Your comms, I'm sure, are great. You can impart some amazing cosplay tips or some stories on us. Heck yeah.
Overshield coming to base.
Ended the Awesome around 5 o'clock Eastern.
I usually ended at 4, but remember I started about 10 minutes late today. Or, I mean, 2 o'clock, sorry. but I started about 10 minutes late today, and I always go 4 hours. And then we're in the middle of a match, and I'm not gonna end it in the middle of this match. That would be fucking rude. I like to say goodbye. I like to have my goodbyes. I have a whole routine, damn it. Yeah, he did. He got he got RoboCopped by a bunch of dudes with swords. You're always welcome, Lexi. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, Lexi, are you streaming today? I'll drive you, Theta.
That'll work.
In the Jurassic Park van. Whoops. Sorry, not sorry.
You just ran the fuck over a blueberry.
What the fuck? Come on.
Oh, I can't believe we didn't land on that asshole.
Oh shit! I'm dead.
Are you dead?
Yeah. My skull got caved by a plasma sword.
No! Son of a bitch! I didn't know that they had the flag! God damn it! I'm not sure yet. Got some other things to take care of after work. Okay. Did you go to... Are you doing the gym Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays? I'm only checking in because I know we don't go to the gym together, but accountability at the gym is important. And so I'm trying to give you somebody who also is invested in your best you, even though I'm so far away. I'm gonna run 2 miles tomorrow, and then I'm gonna do some other gymming things. I gym Monday through Saturday, or at least I try. I'll only do 3 days a week, kid. Like, only 3 days. I'm old as shit. I just want to be fit and handsome, and I think I do both of those pretty decently. And then I want to be able to eat as much ice cream as I want and drink as much beer as I want, and I'm able to do that and not put on any weight. So as long as I do that, I'm in great shape. I'm my most fabulous Master Chief me. Oh, how did I? How? I can't run over any of their dudes, but I can run over my own dude. How does that even... I'm sorry, Theta.
I would like it on record that shit like that is exactly why I don't get the goddamn bicycle. Shit like that is exactly why I don't get the bicycle.
It's a mongoose.
Hammer in our spawn on our flag with the overshield. Out.
See ya, bitches. Why don't you stab that guy in his fucking feetsies? Bitch.
Thank you for the warning.
You're welcome.
Oh, damn it, I picked the flag. I wanted the hammer, god damn it.
John, stab
the hammer on the flag.
Yeah, they had the hammer. I was trying to pick the hammer up so I could protect the top of that thing with it until I ran out of hammer time, but no.
Stabby.
Oh,
Hammer's coming to our base.
Guys, I'm going to space. I'll see you later. Still falling.
Don't worry, your armor will shut down into life support mode and you'll be fine in a few years.
2 on our base and they're mine.
We'll pick you up in 4 years, 7 months, and 10 days.
4 years, 7 months, and 10 days.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real bad. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you've got life support systems in the suit that'll take care of your waste.
Fuck!
Ah!
Some days it's like golf. You just hit the ball, and then you just scream fuck into the woods.
Incoming!
Some days it's like that.
You just scream fuck?
Into the woods. That's right. Some days you don't play golf. Some days you play whack fuck. That's what I'm saying.
Whack fuck? What is whack fuck?
It's exactly what I said. Some days you hit the ball, and it just goes into the woods. And then you scream fuck into the woods. It's called whack fuck. It's the sound of the game. Like, you swing, and the ball goes whack, and then it goes into the woods, and you go fuck. It's just like that. Some days.
You make me want to fucking play golf now.
Dude, I love golf. Golf is one of the greatest sports that you could play in your entire life. It is you against yourself. And then if you really want to challenge yourself, you can add 3 of your fucking buddies to go with you. So then it's you against yourself and your buddies, which makes it somehow more stressful, challenging, and still fun. My buddy, I've been golfing with him for probably 10 years now. He beat me for the first time in his life. Straight up beat me this year. He was like jumping around on the golf course like an idiot. All sorts of... I just bought brand new golf clubs. I haven't even figured out how to swing them motherfuckers yet. And he's like all excited that he beat me. I'm really happy for him. He's gonna hate life when I figure out how to hit my golf clubs again, because I'm gonna shoot in the fucking 80s this year. That's my goal. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna shoot in... I told my AI golf coach that I was gonna shoot an 80. My goal was to shoot an 85 this year. So if I can get into the 80s at all, like an 89, I'm fucking winning. My best score last year was 93, so that's 5 strokes to shave to get into the 80s, and then just become consistent. And I bought new golf clubs, so like I said, swinging those a little bit different. They hit the ball different. Things are so I got some stuff to work on, but I feel like it's getting better. Hey, check it out, guys. It's 2:12. We're 2:12. We're 4 hours and 8 minutes into the awesome. And as much as I'd like to keep you, I just can't. We got stuff to do. I have to go and help my wife buy a cooler and pack her and send her off on camping trip so I can hang out with you guys tomorrow at 10. Please, all of you, there's 28 people here. If you haven't already liked, shared, or subbed, please do that. Follow us on Twitch. Every follow matters. We're trying to make our way to 1,600, and every person that follows is awesome, and it just makes the awesome that much more awesome. Why would a Halo player support campers? I love camping in the woods. It's intense.
Yeah, sometimes it's fucking intense.
You are the worst.
Why am I the worst, Jimmy? Why am I the worst? This is the content that you get, the dad jokes. Did that joke register high on your size, McGrath?
God damn it, John. God fucking damn it.
Anyway, guys, it's been awesome today. It's always awesome. You got me laughing and smiling before the end of the stream, which is the best part ever. I appreciate it. I really can't do it without you. You guys, for anybody that I don't see, happy 4th of July. Don't blow your damn hand off, okay? You can't play Halo with me if you're missing hands. All right? And for everybody that comes back tomorrow, I'm going to be here spreading freedom in the form of murdered Spartans. I'm going to try to play some Husky Raid tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have a house full, and it's going to be awesome on a Friday. I want to say thanks to Jimmy, to Kevin, to Maddie, to Nikki for taking some time after the dentist to come and talk to us. I mean, anytime anybody's poking around in my mouth, I don't want to tell anybody about it. That's bullshit. Anyway, fuck, I got nothing. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you here in the Spartan space, which is this building that we built, and the Discord, where it's always awesome because of you, all right? Don't forget it. If you're feeling lousy or having a hard day, come and find us in the Spartan space, in the Discord. Somebody is always here to talk to you. Around the world, always. Thanks, guys. Stay awesome. Jimmy, it's your turn. Say something great, man.
John likes to put all the nuts in his face. You heard him. He said it.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks. Stay awesome. Bye-bye.